Nkunkumeleni to come to the podium. Nkunkumeleni Kamade. Nkunkumeleni Mutavatsi ndo ima hapa ndo imela mubebi ane avana mwana otambuza kuchikulu ndichi kwamba hapa nditova khali yobikawo atikoto nga yezo zwithu ndi mubebi ane ndo tangana nazo.
Thank you very much. I am Nkunkumeleni Mutavatsi. Standing here, I am a person who has had a personal experience. I am not actually the narrating something that I have not gone through. I have gone through what I am going to tell you.
Athongo to vhudziwa ndo to vhona nga nyito ngori ṅwananga ndi muthu ane a ri tshikoloni a tshi ṱuwa u ṱuwa o kuna and then heḽo ḓuvha ndo zwi vhona zwo ri hu na zwiṅwe zwi songo dzudzanyea khae nge a vhuya o tsukala lune ha thu vhuya a vhuya o ita zwone hezwo.
What I have observed with my child was that my child was a person who was very entitled. However, when she came back, she was actually beautiful.
And then that sorry, Morandu, I'm going to do also.
When I asked what's the matter, she did not respond but started crying.
Navana mashudu ngori anepo wena radzira ona vana vane akuwana kushukuni avuyana kushukuni ndari ndichivabvunzisa uri hoita mine vakonosumbisa zuri huna muthu ava achikumurwa.
I was very lucky that she doesn't actually travel to school alone. There are other children that travel with the 2 and 4 school, and then I asked what happened, and then they explained that she has been beaten at school.
And then one another pamba ngeni mwana weva akademi vaka foundation fees awava kuita grade 3 ngaichochu.
The child I'm referring to was doing foundation phase in grade 3 by the time.
And then the one who removed Mutambudzi ukoita grade 7 ndi muthu muhulwane ekhaya.
I found out that the bully was somebody who was older, doing grade 7.
And then ndo ndo ṱalutshedzwa hezwo zwo iteaho thungo vhuya nda lindela u lala uri ndi ḓo zwi athenda matshelo kana ndi ḓo zwi vhona lini. Sa izwi ndi tshi dzula tsini na tshikolo ndo mbo ḓi namba nda takuwa nda ya tshikoloni nda litsha zwoṱhe zwine nda vha ndi tshi khou ita.
As told, I did not want to leave things. I made sure that I take action and then go to the school.
Ndo mbo ḓi vha na mashudu nda ndi tshi swika tshikoloni nda wana hu na muthu a vha a khou shuma sa HOD tshetsho tshifhinga.
I was very lucky that I found the HOD who was still working at that time.
Nda vha ṱalutshedza uri ho itea mini vha nṱalutshedza uri kha ndi vhuye matshelo nga matsheloni tshikoloni.
I explained what happened and I was told to return the following day in the morning at the school.
Ndori nga tsha matshelo tshikolo tsho ri vha tshi swika vhalengedzi vha ngwana ndo no swika.
The following day, when the educators arrived, they found me already there.
And then na wana uri HOD zwe a ita zwone o founela mubebi wa ṅwana.
The HOD had already called the child of the bully.
And then vha swika vha ri dzudza fhasi nda ṱalutshedza zwe zwa itiwa kha ṅwana.
I went and then sat down and explained what has actually happened to the child.
And then zwe mubebi wa mutambudzi wa ṅwananga a ita zwone o humbetshela ṅwana wawe pfarelo nene a dovha a humbela pfarelo.
The parent to the bully requested an apology and so did the child.
And then na nne sa mubebi nge nda sedza ṅwananga nda wana uri ho tovha u tsuka fhedzi ha ngo vha na vhaṅwe mafuvhalo o vhaisala. Nda tenda nda pfa nda vha farela na ṅwana a sumbedza uri o vha farela na mutambudzi o mu farela.
I then accepted the apology because I saw that there wasn't too much harm that was done. The child was just having, rather was dirty. So I accepted the apology and my child also accepted the apology.
And then HOD aita zwone o bodiri naho vha tshi khou sumbedza u ḓisola vha nga se zwi litshe zwo ralo ṅwana u khou tea u kaidziwa houḽa wa mutambudzi uri ive a dzula a khou zwi ḓivha zwo ri a ita zwithu zwo ralo ha nga ḓo litshiwa o ralo.
Although they were remorseful, the HOD indicated that he is not going to leave that matter unattended, so that it can be a lesson to the child.
And then as I tell Zone, after Chicoloni Havauna Barmini, Miri, Nyana Nama, Daga, Bachicome, one would remove a punishment you put up, which Papa Buzuri. 94 no make a show already then you want or have to now go with you.
At that particular school, there were shrubs growing, so the punishment that was given to the child who bullied my child was that they should clear the shrubs that were actually emerging right there at the school grounds. I was told also to then come and then observe as to whether this child has performed the duties given to her.
Mara kanne sa mubebi na uzoraro thongo sokori lolala ndi kana ladze vho humbela pfarelo ṅwana o vhudzwa zwo pfi a tsha ḓo zwi ita.
As a parent, I did not take it light that they have actually requested an apology and then they said they will never do it again.
Zwe nda ita zwone ṅwana nga ḓuvha na ḓuvha a tshi vhuya tshikoloni ndo vha ndi tshi mu vhudzisa uri ho vha hu hani tshikoloni. Hu na muṅwe muthu ane a kha ḓi ita vhudzana kana uḽa mutambudzi u kha ḓi isa phanḓa ḽo ni vhidza nga ḽa madzina a vha tshi ni vhidza ngao a tshi ni ita mantsinyana.
As a parent, I then began asking my child each and every day as to whether was she abused or then being called by those names that were then referred to her that were demeaning.
And ene muno sumbedzisa zwore ai aba au tshena muthu ono mutambudza tshikoloni ahuna ende nda muvhusa na zwori ezwo zwithu zwo vha zwi tshi khou itea lo thoma kana zwa zwo vha ya zwa itea ari zwo vha zwi sathu itea ho vha hu hone zwi tshi khou itea ḽeḽo ḓuvha.
My child responded that the bullying incidents have actually stopped. I also inquired as to whether this was happening frequently, and then she indicated that this was the first time that this was happening.
And then ne zwiṅwe zwe nda ita ngori hu na organization ine ri ya thusa vhana nga hetsho tshifhinga a thongo actor mara nga murahu ha lufu lwa mavhunga ndo vhona uri hu nga vha na case nnzhi kana hu nga vha na vhabebi vhanzhi vhane vha ḓo pfa vhuṱungu ende nda vhupfa nda mbo ḓi dzhia liga ḽo amenda constitution nda dzhenisa issue ya bullying uri ni tshimbile ri tshi funza vhana zwikoloni.
Post the incident, I did not do anything. However, after the death of Mfuno Mabunga, I then decided to then amend the constitution that I do have, where we have an organization working with children, so that it may also focus on bullying issues.
Zwino khwelelo ine nda nga isa kha vhabebi na vhathu vhoṱhe kha ri vhe na vhukonani havhuḓi na vhana vhashu a ri vha sendedze tsini na vhoriṋe u itela uri arali hu na zwiṅwe sa ṅwana wau u a kona u vhona zwori na musi ha ngo takala.
A call to all parents is that we should actually then be closer to our children so that we may be able to see as to whether they're happy or not.
Ende tshiṅwe tshifhinga ndi zwone ri nga vha ri na mishumo ine ra ita iṅwe khwelelo ine nda nga vha isa kha vhabebi vhane vha shuma vha wana maḓuvha a dzi off, kha ri ite ri tshi ya zwikoloni ri vhe ḽiṱo kha zwine zwa vha zwi tshi khou itea zwikoloni zwashu, ri ḓidine ri ye ri tshi khou vhona mishumo yashu. Ndi hone zwiṅwe zwa zwithu hune ra ḓo zwi wanulusa hanefho. Arali vhana vha tshi khou rwiwa, ndi ḓo ḓi ye nda zwi vhona zwori ndo ye ndi khou vhona mushumo wanga, zwi khou amba zwori tshikolo hetshi tshine ṅwananga a khou dzhena khatsho a vha khou tevhela milayo, corporal punishment i kha ḓi itiwa.
Indeed, we have duties and obligations that we have. However, I am making a call even to the parents who even go on leave, so that they may go to the schools where their children are attending, and then be an eye, so that you may be able to observe as to whether your children are in the same space and no corporal punishment is still being applied.
Yeah, the 10 minutes is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There won't be questions now. You can return to your seats. We just wanted the department to understand how other parents have acted, that indeed those cases of bullying are not just they're not just having problems, they are there, and children are being bullied at school. So, but we reacted differently, and the impact is not the same. So you can go and the seat.
Thank you very much. The speaker has requested the microphone that I am holding because I'm disadvantaged.
Thank you, Program Director. I am Susan Rafuku by the name. I'm from Buani Hamangirase. I'm 39 years old. I'm a mother of 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. But now I'm a mother of 5, just because I adopt 1 girl. I'm here representing parents, as I have a personal experience that I can share with the house. Last week, I just received a call from the school principal telling me that I have to come to school. What's happened to my child is that she was beaten by the fellow student inside the class, and the teacher was inside at that time. Then after that, after school, that thing happened again, where the learners came and watched while my girl was beaten by the perpetrator. Then when I called the principal, that committee members have told me that my child is beaten. Then she said, yes, I was wanted to call you, may you please come to the school tomorrow morning. Then I went there. Before I went there, at night, I just asked her what's going on. When she told me that it's not for the first time, and the other kids came out, they broke the silence and told me that even us, Mom, he always beat us, and he also took money. If you gave us 5 rand for pocket money, we don't use that 5 rand. It means we have to change to 250. Then he will take 250. Then my kids will spend 250. Then the next day when I arrived at school, the mother didn't come, but the father was called. Then when I asked my girl, she told the principal, myself, and other teachers who are in disciplinary committee. Then she explained everything, and she also said the teacher was inside the class at that time. Then When I recalled back, then I said, no, I'm also bullied when I'm at primary and secondary level, just because of my color. The teachers, even the other learners, they were calling me by names, Manchu, Leki, whatever you can call the big things. I still remember the other teacher called me during the break when I'm still at primary school, and that thing even today, it can't come out, just because wherever I met him, I also remind him that, but teacher, do you still remember that time when you told me that I'm died like 12 o'clock at midnight? He just laughed, but that thing, it can't come out. Then, when my kids told me that they were put at school by the same learner, I'm talking about the same learner who put my children at the school. But at that time when I asked myself what's going on, I just blame myself, or I'm the one who caused that bullying to my kids. I also contributed the bullying of my kids. Why I'm saying that? Just because I am a community member, I am a community worker. I'm working at the Youth Empowerment Program. And if I'm working, different cases will come to my office, I have to attend. And some of cases when they came to the office, it means I have to refer the case. If I can see that I can't handle the case, then some of the cases I refer them to social worker. The child who bullied my children, I just took the case of his mother to social worker. Then the child was trying to defend for his mom, just because I was doing the right thing, just because the mother was not doing the right thing. Then I said, social worker, you have to involve to this case. From that day, I was crying, just because the old news came out and I started to cry. Or I was bullied. Even my children, they are experiencing the same pain. So the initiative that I took from that day, I just sat down with the school principal, SMT, and then they called the SGB. I said I need to invite the other stakeholders so that we will conduct campaign. We have to talk with these kids about bullying. Just because now I will accept what happened to my kids, but the other kids will be bullied again. But I want this thing to stop. Then on Tuesday morning, we went there at the school, and then we conducted that small talk with them about bullying. I was the one who organized. And as I'm standing here, it's not enough. We are still going to that school. So that the boy who was bullying my kids, and the other who will abuse other children in the school, they have to stop it. Just because our kids spend more time at school and less time at home. So the place where they have to behave is at school, and they have to be protected. So as a mother who experienced the same pain with my kids, the other one that I adopt, she's 14 years, but she's big, and they can call her with different names. Boomba, Fiti, Boom Boom. And she's vulnerable just because she don't have a father. He passed away last year, December, and then her mother's mental disturbed. So I took that child to be my child. And then she wanted to go back to her home just because of those learners who called her by their names. But I sat down with her and told her that, No, we'll come to school and address the issue of bullying so that those who have power over others, they have to stop it. They have to know what they are doing is not right. What they are doing to others is not good. Yesterday, when I did this presentation, I just came emotional just because it was the first time to say that thing. Because the pain that I felt, or I didn't choose to be black. So no one have to put me or to tell me that you are like so, you're like so, you're like so. Then they will do it to make it. No. So those who are experiencing the same pain, I don't think it's enough just to talk with them today just because it's happening today. It means it has to be ongoing. Even those who are the perpetrators, we also have to check what drives them to do that thing. Then we have to talk with them. But I like the way I'm brave. If I say this is wrong, then I don't cross the line. If I say this, I'm saying this, they know me and the community. Just because I know that there are people who will be abused, just like what others they did to me. Vajusenza upange mrawo ndethali awa. Rawa arali robo kufurika chikolo ngachimora jina klasi. But now even when kufara kama chikolo utofika ushushe tabana. Au ndelo kufara au mwana chitoibona fedzi mushina jangu lazima tunazakaitele. Jangu ndelo chikibova, jangu tuzokuya, jangu kaisera ume. Arali robo kuchipika chazino. Abasaba kudzi ngamuvara wako. Abasaba chiyereka ume. Loto dochili chachikolo. Unfortunately, I didn't drop out just because my mother was strong enough to encourage me, to support me, so that I have to attend school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There will be no questions. Then we proceed.
Thank you very much. May I kindly call Professor Mafumu. Reason why I'm calling you now, Prof, is because we know you're doing a lot of work around these issues. Just to briefly share with us some of the things that you encounter as you do your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues and friends. I was listening to the speakers since this morning. I've got a concept I always use. I use it with Professor Yusuf Wahid, Leslie Lagrange. We always talk about we can, if we want, create conducive and safe environment for our kids to learn effectively. But the fact is, we haven't as yet done that. I worked a lot with Mr. Amurasi from SAHRC. I work a lot with the provincial education development programs. We always address this kind of issues. SAHRC went to an extent of advising us to develop a module on ethics and disciplinary issues related to education. In other words, to prepare the teachers who will be able to promote ethical issues in our society as well as in our schools. They also requested us, this we did with Professor Yusuf Wahid and Nuran Davids, they are all in Stellenbosch, about that as South Africa we don't have citizenship education, not at all. With that, that is why we always react when there is a serious problem. That's when we seriously react. When I say we, I'm also included. Citizenship education is very important because it leads to students to like each other and respect each other. And immediately they start respecting and liking each other and their teachers, then they'll also like to respect the other citizens from the other, should I say from the other countries. Sheila Ben Habib always talk about a guy who was found soiled, that he was somewhere in Greece. They asked him who you are, what is your name, where do you come from? The answer was, I'm a citizen of the world. That is why sometimes when people talk about whether is what, you sometimes believe that we really don't need boundaries in our countries. But I'm not going to debate on that today. Because I'm still going to talk about no human being is illegal. Anywhere you go, you're not an illegal immigrant or an illegal person. You'd rather be called an undocumented person. If we have citizenship education, we wouldn't have all these xenophobic attacks taking place in our country 2 years after 3 years, every time. And all this, we went to an extent of developing a theory or a theoretical framework. We started with racial integration in South African public schools, managing racial integration in South African public schools in defense of deliberative racial integration. What do we mean by deliberative racial integration? This is a racial integration of South Africans in their country where people engage each other. Before I forget, education is regarded as a public good. Eh? We must put that in mind from today. Education is a public good. Anybody in this province, in this South Africa, must get involved in the education of their children and the children of the others. That is when great philosophers like Sheila Ben Habib and Goodman, they talk a lot about the otherness of the other, which is very important. Who you are, black as they call you or black as they call you. To me, when I teach my kids at the university, I tell them, seated where you are, 30% you got, 50% you got, you'll get somewhere. We've got in this university what we call the at-risk student policy, who must be assisted in order to get somewhere. Some of you are losing what we call, you don't have self-esteem. Because you are called names, you are told this, you are called that. But to me, when I look at you all here, you are very special the way you are. You are very special the way you perform in my class. And nobody is like you. We are all different and there are reasons. I'm going to challenge the Human Rights Commission. I don't want to talk about the others. I've never done any work with the Human Rights Commission. With the others, we have worked a lot. The Provincial Department of Education have done a lot. For the sake of assisting. Can we really start thinking about not reacting after there is a serious problem or a problem which will be regarded as, because it happened in a particular school which is regarded as the best school. We need to start preparing to preempt some of these actions. That is why, when I was listening to most of the speakers here, I was impressed, but we're just rounding and talking about one thing. We need to work as a team. And when we work as a team, we need to respect each other. I'm going back to the whole issue of deliberation. Should I call it deliberative interaction of stakeholders in education to address abuse of kids in the schools? The other one is deliberative racial integration for the primary school. Human Rights Commission, can we start thinking about, when we do some kind of work like this, we think beyond. We can always correct our topic. But can we start thinking about deliberative interaction of stakeholders in education to create safe environment for our learners? It has got very good aspects. When we get in there, whether you're a Human Rights Commission, whether you're a professor of policy studies at University of Limpopo, whether you are a chief director in social development services, whether you are a commander or constable in there, when we get into that forum, we are all equal. We are all equal. And we must treat each other with respect. And we must listen to each other. Then we'll achieve what we want to achieve. We will achieve what we want to achieve. But if we're still going to go that way and that way and that way, without coming together as a team and start planning, it's very interesting when you listen to people speaking here. You listen to the commissioners asking questions, you listen. Then sometimes you ask yourself, these people know about these things. And they ask you, if you find somebody being abused, if you don't report, what happens? I teach my kids, I've done educational law. I was very fortunate to be trained in one of the best universities in the US while I was doing my master's, because I did a course in educational law. But then, I was focusing more on the educational law in the US, but I was able to translate it in the South African situation. It's a sin, and you can be charged if you know somebody's doing this and you don't report. You will be charged. There's no business about that. You will be charged about that. Our learners spend more time with our teachers at school, with us teachers. So we are regarded as the in-local parents. They spend more time with us more than they spend with their what? With their parents. So we must play our role. I'm speaking here, making, I don't know, this constructive noise. I've got a kid who, while he was doing grade 1, he attended a wedding around Muhanyaka, Zibanyana site. Then when he went back to school on Monday, he found these two Indian boy and girl. Then he wanted to perform what he saw at the wedding. Kiss the bride, kiss the groom. You know how sensitive other nations are. Then he was suspended. He was doing grade 1. He was suspended for a week. I was very happy. Then when I went to school, they picked it out. I'm a doctor in education management, policy and law. They said, no suspension. I said, you continue suspending it. I don't think that's just because I indicated who I am, what I've studied. Now they want to withdraw the case. I mean, should I call it a case? I don't know. Then I said, no, you must stay at home. I'll be there sitting with him. I'm going to take leave. Because I must teach him, you must know these things are not supposed to be done. I'm not going to take it as if it's what? It's a young boy, he's innocent. No, it starts there. It starts there. So, can we work as teams? When I was listening to my colleagues and friends presenting here, then we are all coming to one and the same thing. Can we work as a team? And listen to the SAPS, preaching the whole issue of team. Then NPA, we spoke about offenders, they spoke about offenders and all those things. And the deviation, which I think must be done by the social workers, I don't know whether in the NPA they've got social workers or they refer them to the social development. I'm not sure about that. The Premier's office presented, just like the others, they were all at the same time. We need strong leadership in order for us to have this all integrated work together as teams. And I want to believe the Human Rights Commission is going to lead in this. They're not going to wait for things to happen. Then there is noise on TV and radios. Then they'll be able to say, they start going to the schools. Talk to the department. Talk to the SAPS. Some of us who are there to assist with training without any fee for that matter. That institution, we have got what we call community engagement. When you want to apply for a promotion, they'll ask you in which community engagement were you involved. Then we can sit down. The ideas which were here today, we can bring them together and write them. Then some of us were able, when we produce those teachers there who are coming to our communities and the school, to transform them, to become safe schools which will lead to safe communities. Then we are able to do that. You produce a manual, we produce a manual, we go and train. We don't wait for something to happen. Remember, it's not very long. Is it already 5 years from now? The last time we heard about the chilling story, I don't want to get into that. Then there was a lot of noise. But there are a lot of things which, I want to believe the commissioners, they know some of the things. But why do we wait until there is a big bang? Somebody, Mafumo is affected, then was made. No. Let's start it from scratch. Let's deal with these issues. Let's nab this thing before they grow too big. I was very interested and happy about the statistics of bullying, sexual offenses, and all those things. And most of the questions which were asked, I don't want to spread them back to the commissioners. Maybe I can ask some of these questions. I don't have any problem. Then I work very closely with the SAHRC people. Like the issue was, can you tell us about some issues you do experience when you work? When the students, teachers, they are about to complete, which have changed now, you are expected to apply. When you apply for SAHRC will request you to submit a police clearance from the South African Police Services. SAHRC will never give you a teaching certificate if you have got a criminal record. If you go and get appointed, I don't think we can blame SAHRC. Now there is a new rule. At some stage I was furious trying to challenge SAHRC, but I said, no, I must stop it. SAHRC is saying that each and every person, when they start to be admitted to train as a teacher, they must first apply for police clearance. The second year, they must go and apply for until their fourth year. So if ever they apply, and remember, SAHRC won't give a teaching certificate if you've got a criminal record. So if you go out there and get appointed when you didn't produce a SAHRC certificate, whose problem is that? We need to bring many people here. We need to bring many people. There must be synergy between the department, SAHRC, and many other stakeholders. The SAHRC people as they were presenting, and they were talking about the gaps which we listen to them when we pick them up. And some of the questions they cannot answer on behalf of the minister or whoever. That is the minister who must be asked questions based on this issue. Why is there no synergy here? That's fine. So that's what I can tell you. I work quite well with SAHRC people. I'm also in the Limpopo Provincial Education Development, Teacher Development Program. I think the representative of SAHRC in Limpopo, she's part of that. I want to believe even some members from the department were here, they know about it. And we will really discuss a lot of issues. I'm still saying it. Some of us who are there, if you want our assistance, for no fee. Can you come? We've got this manual. Can we come up with a team? All stakeholders are here. We want to develop a manual to train our students about citizenship education, to train our students about the bullies, different types, and how we can combat them, how should they behave. We can bring it together, then we train as a team. Then we'll be getting somewhere. I think, okay, thanks. Maybe in future we'll be able to address more issues. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me, though it was a very short notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We really appreciate your input.
Oh, do you have
We
questions?
believe that maybe next time we'll have more time for us to engage in a platform so that you can have an opportunity to make a presentation and then we engage.
Oh, there's no
So
problem.
because of time, we are sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Now I will be calling to the podium for HOD Mahopo from Social Development. Thank you very much, sir. That the Mahopo is arranging for this slides. And with Bunda the Mahopo, it's merely the machine by the table here.
Okay, no thanks. It seems I'm taller than the mic. I'm taller than everything. But thanks very much. I will also try to use my own natural voice to make a presentation. Thanks very much, Program Director Matema, for the opportunity, and good day to all commissioners, heads of Human Rights Commission, Mr. Mabindula and Mr. Mukonyama, respectively, and of course my colleagues, or my colleague from the Department of Education, Mayor Tetereng, and all other participants present here. Well,
before you start, HOD, may we kindly hand over to the Commissioner to continue a little bit with you, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mahopo. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to administer an oath that you should take if this is not against your conscience, that before you can make your statement. So your statement is going to be under oath, and then I'm going to administer that. Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
no, Mr. President.
Okay, no, thank you. Then if you don't have an objection, will you follow the words that I'll be saying in administering this oath? So, do you agree that everything that you take an oath and agree that everything that you'll be saying will be the truth and the truth only? If it's so, say yes.
Yes,
So say, help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you.
So can I proceed?
Yes.
Oh no, thanks very much. Well, I find it very difficult to present after the professor, but nevertheless, one believes that I should be able to rise to the occasion. More so that is after lunch, so I believe I will also enjoy a privilege of being listened to. Firstly, program facilitator, let me start by just making a preamble that one, we would, as a Department of Social Development, like to appreciate the invite that you have actually invited us to this historic hearing, a historic hearing which seeks to address very serious societal anomalies that are confronting, ravaging and pervading our communities on a daily basis. It is quite disheartening, I must indicate, Chair, that nowadays we see the top headlines of the media, including the social media, being dominated by incidences of this nature, in particular bullying, corporal punishment, and sexual relationships that our learners enter into with parents, not just teachers, parents. Parents whom I believe that their mind work properly. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in that kind of a situation. Program Director, as a department, we have actually come here to account for the activities, plans, and strategies that as a department, on daily, weekly, monthly basis, we are actually embarking on to ensure that we actually combat, not just to reduce, but prevent by all means, this kind of incidences that are happening nowadays. And of course, I must just indicate that we are all aware that this phenomenon of bullying is not only affecting the bullied or the victim, but there's a whole range of stakeholders that are affected by this, which at a later stage I should be able to deal with that. But also to indicate that as we are gathered here, it is quite important and pertinent that we continue to grapple with one fundamental question that says, what is to be done? And what went wrong with our society? Because surely there is a deterioration of morale amongst our society. Hence, the presentation that I'm going to make here and all other presentations are actually painting a very gloomy, bleak picture, which we cannot be proud of as Limpopo provincial government and the Department of Social Development in particular. So to that effect, Chair, I would want to proceed by saying that we are actually presenting this status quo report to the Commission as part of trying to indicate to the Commission that as a department we do have anti-bullying programs and campaigns that we are embarking on. In fact, as I'm talking today, the MEC, whom some of you might have heard her, she's crossing the province. Today she's again in Vende on a bullying campaign or anti-bullying campaign and the gender-based violence campaign to try and conscientize various stakeholders. Your Munna Dini, they are part of that, Pastors Forum, and so on and so on. So, as a department under background, we would want to say that the mandate of the Department of Social Development is to provide social protection services and lead government efforts to forge partnerships through which vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities become capable and self-reliant. Because as a department, we actually seek to build a caring and self-reliant society. And to build a caring and self-reliant society, you obviously need to have a conducive environment for that to thrive. And under circumstances under which we find ourselves as a country and the province in particular, conditions are not so conducive. Oftentimes we talk about building a developmental state. That's what our national development plan is actually advocating for. You cannot build a developmental state, which is a type of a state that must intervene in the people's life, under this kind of an environment where you have other people being subjected to certain barbaric and primitive kind of conditions. That has to be prevented in all respects. Now, as a department, we have various programs that we are implementing. Amongst others is that of promoting the functional families, necessarily because our understanding is that actually we move from the premise that family is the basic unit of the society. That's why it's important to ensure that we have got families that are functional.
So I forgot to inform you that we are going to give you 20 minutes for presentation. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. No, it's fine. It's a way of conscientizing me not to over-elaborate. A very diplomatic way of saying it. Yes, we also have family preservation programs that target vulnerable people. And then we also highlighting that the recent reports point to the fact that there is high incidence of bullying and reported cases of sexual relationships between learners and educators and corporal punishment in the province. Chair, it is also our considered view that one way of actually overcoming this is through the multi-sectoral approach of ensuring that we collaborate with different sectors, and as a department, already we have started. Office of the Premier have already indicated that upon the Premier instructing the Department of Social Development and Department of Community Safety to establish a GBVF technical committee. We did that. We led from the front and make sure that that particular committee is established and functional. And by the way, Human Rights Commission is also part of that, and all other stakeholders are part of that. Because you cannot separate the issue of bullying, corporal punishment, and all these things from the gender-based violence, which is actually guided by the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence, where we are identifying 6 pillars that are actually driving us. And one of the pillars is that of preventing and restoring, the restoration of the social fabric, because we are arguing that the moral fiber of our society have actually deteriorated, and therefore it is important that we find a way of reviving it. Hence, it's important to also acknowledge that the kind of programs that we have, including the school-based programs, have actually been prevented or delayed by the issues of the lockdown, because we are under a lockdown, and some of these programs, if you are to embark on them, you need to have a contact with your clientele or members of the community. We further trying to indicate that there is no single cause of bullying. There are factors which involve individual behavior, the family background, how individuals have been oriented from their own or socialized from their own families, the peer pressures, school and community, which have an influence in terms of the bullying behavior. All those factors do have a huge influence. We further, Chair, indicating that children who bully others oftentimes have trouble of controlling anger and emotions. Here we're just trying to define and characterize the kind of people that we are talking about as to how do they actually look like. Now the next slide talks to the legislative mandate, as to which are the legislative mandates that empower us as a department, and chief amongst them obviously is our own progressive constitution, your Children's Act, the white paper on family or for families, and then Child Justice Act, Social Service Professional. The list is endless. Of course, issues, the act that is regulating the NPOs or the civil society organizations, because for us to achieve this, as a department, we are working very, very, very closely and collaboratively with the civil society organizations which are regulated by that particular act. Further than that, we are unpacking what the Children's Act says. One of the objectives that talks about the issues of family care and parental care. The next slide talks to that particular act. Again, I don't have to waste time on that, just to manage my time. And again, that slide is talking to bullying, which is classified as a form of abuse in terms of the act. And then you have got Section 10, the popularly known Section 10, which advocates for almost every member of the society, every sector of the society that has got a responsibility. It says it's a must that such kind of incidences are actually reported. If they are being, if you happen to hear, just by phone, you get your WhatsApp that, hey, there is this kind of an incident that occurred in this particular area. it's quite important that you take a responsibility, particularly as a patriotic citizen. You must take a responsibility and make sure that kind of an incident is actually reported immediately. Because what you should know is that somebody somewhere is suffering psychologically, and if there is any kind of trauma that we must never subject a human being to, is a psychological trauma. It's a psychological trauma, let alone the physical, psychological, you should know that somebody somewhere, a child somewhere is afraid of going to school tomorrow, necessarily because the schools are closing tomorrow, and is afraid that somebody yesterday, one child said to him or her, that when schools are going to close tomorrow, I'm going to close with you. For some of you, you recall this thing that used to be there in the past. And this was bullying. But because of the system under which we were at that time, unlike our own democratic system now, where you must be able to report everything. At that time, the issue of bullying, it was like you would not even see because of the type of the system. I don't want to talk politics, but you know what system I'm talking about. The next slide is actually seeks to respond to the question posed here as to the role of how social workers within the province manage and address reports of the above mentioned, that is bullying, corporal punishment, and sexual relationships with learners and teachers. And we are responding to say the department provides services in 4 different levels of intervention. One is prevention, because our quest, first and foremost, is to ensure that we prevent these incidences. We don't want to be reactive. We want to become proactive by all means, as Professor was saying earlier. And therefore, we have got those programs. You only live once, which is YOLO. We have got dialogue amongst communities, which I said, including Choni, which I said, because of the lockdown, we're finding it difficult, I must repeat this, to actually have some kind of a dialogue. Safe to say, the only thing we could resort to as a department was to use some electronic form of interaction, because the 4th Industrial Revolution is there with us. So that was the only way we were trying to try and mitigate that. There are also early interventions wherein there is psychosocial support to children and affected families, family preservation, life skills, and referral to other stakeholders which are being provided. And then you also have statutory services, court processes, placement of child in temporary safe care, and of course there is a quantum of care, including issues of the reconstruction and aftercare services that we are actually rendering. Now this slide is basically talking to the kind of data that as a department have. And I must hasten to indicate that as a department, we are finding it difficult for all other stakeholders, including learners and parents, to report. They are not reporting these incidences at the magnitude in which they are being reported, to a point where the ones that we have are reflected here. Those are the 2 or 3 under the Kumbi, where we are indicating that the names of the child, we have got the names of children, they are minor, we cannot be able to disclose them here, and that is the agenda, and those are the specific schools and the grade that those learners are actually doing. And then in Mule we have the same, where we have withheld the name, or withheld the name in that particular school, in Polokwane the same, and Makutama in Pune the same. Now going to Vembe, Vembe also has about 5, if not 6 incidences which were reported to us, and therefore they are being reflected there, as you can see, just to manage the 3 minutes I'm left with. And then in Mopani, those are the incidences. In Waterberg, no incident was actually reported. In respect to corporal punishment, commissioners and program director, corporal punishment and sexual relationships, so far we have not received any reports, save for only one in Member, which we can be able to report on it. And then the department also provides therapeutic intervention to affected children and their families, and this includes the trauma counseling, the individual counseling, family therapy, the psychosocial support. And the next slide talks about the Okay, maybe I can skip that, except to indicate that there are a number of awareness campaigns that we're actually embarking on. And then under corporal punishment, I've already touched that part, that we do not have any data, and we believe that it is largely disreported internally within the Department of Education. But where they are calling us to come and provide whatever therapeutic intervention or psychosocial support, we're always combat ready to go and provide such in those respective schools. And then, if you can move to slide 19, so slide 19. The department implements the following outreach programs: family preservation programs, child protection, anti-substance abuse, social crime prevention, social behavior and change programs in schools and communities. And then the subsequent slide is a way of trying to unpack on each of those, to say, when you talk about family preservation, what does it involve? You can see from family preservation up to marriage preparation, down there, family reunification, and so on and so on. And then those are the coming 3 slides or so. And then if you can go to the slide that talks to challenges, which is slide number 26, where we are talking about the challenge of a referral system between the key role players. That is one challenge that we're actually confronted with, in terms of making sure that there is an intersectoral collaboration. And I think various stakeholders, various role players now have been able to point to that. Also, that families not taking full responsibility, and I've said that families have got a critical role to play, given the socialization, that they are better suited. In actual fact, if you are talking about 5 key social institutions in any society, a family is one of those. Apart from education, economics, state, us as government, in terms of the role. Those are the 5 key critical social institutions in any community. And then you have got a negative social media influence, because these things, the moment a particular child experiences it, they take a photo, circulate it in one way or the other psychologically. Those that are bullies themselves, they end up enjoying it. Further than that, they end up doing it, and then, so unfortunately, that's the situation we find ourselves in. And there is lack of permanently employed social workers in all the schools. Is another challenge that we are actually experiencing. There is inadequate reporting of child abuse cases by role players. I've indicated that, and we are therefore recommending that it must be noted that addressing children's rights needs a multi-sectoral approach. Government serves as a safety net when primary social institutions have failed, and that all sectors must play their role, including the traditional leaders. And then there is also a need to strengthen the referral system. Basically, this is our report, Program Director. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You can take a seat. I can see you are sitting next to you have a colleague who will also. Do you want to add something quickly, or you're fine? Okay, thank you very much. But when we pose questions, you feel free to communicate who should answer, and you will be allowed to answer questions to provide information if you want to. I'm going to give my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ajodi, for the presentation. Yes, we have your presentation, we've gone through it. And I think in terms of your presentation, there's a lot of admissions already, where we need space for improvement. And I think throughout the morning of yesterday as well, we've already indicated that the multi-sectoral approach is failing us currently. Because it seems like we're sitting in silos. SAHRC is sitting this side, NPA is sitting that side, education, etc. And there's information from all of these stakeholders, but it seems like the information is not properly shared. So you've had an opportunity to listen to our line of questioning also this morning, so you know I would want to engage with you on the Child Protection Register, as you are the custodians of this register. So it would not be an ambush if I pose one or two questions to you, in line with the fact that educators who have been found unsuitable to work with children must be added to this register. And in fact, anyone who has been found unsuitable to work with children must be added to this register. So I've struggled to get the latest number on Part B, how many people have been added to Part B of the register, so that we can see whether there's, in actual fact, if we ask education to go and test whether their educators have been found unsuitable to work with children, whether there are in fact people on that register to test it against. So the recent number that I found was from 2019, and that stated that there was only 509 names on Part B of the register. And the register has been in place now for 10 years, I think operational since 2010. Now, I just want to refer quickly to even last year's crime statistics against children. 22,000 sexually abused, 10,000 victims of common assault, 7,000 victims of assault GBV, almost 100 children murdered. Now that gives us approximately 40,000 children who have been victims of gross offences, which in my reading of the Act means those people had to be found unsuitable with children to work with children, because in some instances those would be teachers. So we are sitting then with a number of only 500 on Part B, where in 1 year we got 40,000 people who may have been found unsuitable to work with children. In 10 years since the operation, it's multiplied 400,000 names should be on that register specifically. So I just want to know from where are we failing with this register? Because we need to test whether the employee, the educators that the Department of Education is employing are on the register, because that's what the Act is calling for. And if they are not checked, as we've heard from SAHRC this morning, it is the employer's responsibility. And the Act also determines that it's the employer that needs to check. Is the employer checking? And indeed, if they're checking, are they checking against something there, and what are the challenges there? So maybe I'm going to be the only one addressing that issue, and possibly Mr. Mavidula, if they can address the CPR question and then follow with any other further follow-ups, because that would be mine.
Can you give the response to that question?
No, thanks very much, Commissioner, for the question. And one must just indeed agree that the Department of Social Development is mandated by law to manage the National Child Register. However, I must be able to indicate that currently the arrangement is that this register is actually managed nationally by the Department of Social Development, where we do not have control over that particular register. Safe to say that what we only do after our districts or sub-districts have collected whatever information, we are able to submit to the National Department. They are the ones who will then be able to maintain the register. So, in terms of the challenges, I think maybe LCC can be able to talk to some of the challenges that we may be encountering. But one of the key challenges that I must be able to indicate is around the turnaround time. Even by the National Department to give us a feedback. Oftentimes, we find it very much difficult that for us to get a feedback from the National Department of Social Development to find that we are actually that's one of the challenges that we are encountering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. When it comes to the issue of the Child Protection Register, we as the Department of Social Development, we are the custodians of the register. but it needs to be inputted by the other government departments like justice. The cases that we have will be the cases that we handle ourselves, but we find that most of the cases that we have are still allegations, and we can only put a name of a person who's been convicted. So we need to improve ways by which the Department of Justice can give us an input nationally on those who have been convicted of child abuse and other social ills into the register. So we find that it is 500 years, and if you look in terms of the cases, yes, it is not right. So we need to work as government to improve on the addition of inputs from other stakeholders, especially justice to give us national convictions. But we don't have that.
Okay, yeah, thank you, ma'am. I think, yeah, the convictions needs to be added to Part B of the register, but it's not only convictions, and it's not only dependent on convictions. So, are we receiving, and HOD has indicated, yes, I understand the management is with the National Registrar of the CPR, but you've indicated that you've sourced the information through your 22, so is it form 25, so you will have those information coming from your districts. The information that you feed to the National Registrar that is provided to you, isn't that sourced from the districts that the HOD has just indicated?
The CPR is an online register that can be inputted by anybody. The Department of Education, for instance, as an employer, is supposed to request what we call clearance and vetting under Form 30. And this Form 30 is online. And it is the responsibility of the employer to request the vetting of anybody who's supposed to work with children and also with older persons and persons with disabilities before they can be employed. And it is online, they don't have to go through the social worker anybody. They go online and they make a request and they'll get a response.
What I'm asking is that the information that is provided to you in terms of unsuitability findings, is that only provided by directly to the National Registrar? So you would not have any data in terms of Limpopo?
No, it is centrally controlled.
So is that data not shared with the province to determine what the status of the province is? Is the data not shared by national?
Data is confidential and cannot be shared. So if the shared, for instance, if an employer from national, they will give direction to the person who requested it. So it cannot be open to everybody.
No. You are Department of Social Development. I'm asking whether national shares with the province what the status is of the information that is coming from the province.
The only thing that they share is when we put in a request to vet someone. We don't have the information about among citizens.
Maybe just to clarify and to say that first and foremost, we are talking of the register of our status of this whole confidentiality, what state has all aware of that. Such that even if you are to request it, you can, for instance, only be told of the number of cases that have been registered in there. But for them to give you the names is something else. Not unless you are being specific as to for what purpose do you want out particular. So those are the kind of. But one thing that I think may be a gap that I think we've identified as a department is more about creating an awareness amongst various stakeholders in terms of the existence of this register, including the processes of registering online. I think it's one great area that we are trying to work on so that we are able to create an awareness amongst relevant stakeholders that from time to time ought to actually report such kind of incidences.
Thank you, Angela. I'm not going to dwell too much on that because if you don't have information on this, that's not assisting. But can I just want something from you. If the register, after 10 years, only have about 500 names on it, can you confirm that this is a failure? The register is a failure. Against who are we testing?
What one can confirm is that we do have a challenge on that area.
But can we assist each other here? I sometimes get frustrated because, it's a challenge. Who should address that challenge? Because it's a challenge that at the end of the day, it compromises and it risks the lives of our own children. This is a challenge that if you have identified as a department, why are you not addressing same? For 10 years, let us be honest, colleagues. We can't just cry foul and say, we don't know. All this collaboration that we are talking about, to me, are just being used as a scapegoat for people not wanting to take responsibility. The law says that we must do A, B, and C. When everything else has failed, including that collaboration, including the leadership from the Premier's office, it means that we must speak on the law now. We have no other option, but what we must do what the law is saying.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation to the colleagues from social development. In your presentation, there is a slide where you're talking about media. Can't recall the page. Are you able to go to it? And maybe once again that you mentioned that I think it's one of the challenges. You mentioned it as a challenge that when one matter comes up, the media covers it and we see that as a challenge. I just want to understand what your point is there, because what is your issue? Are you saying the media should not report on this matters because if they do, that creates a challenge for the department? Secondly, in your view, as the Department of Social Development, why do you think these cases of violence against children in schools are being underreported? You made that statement that they are not being reported to your expectation. Yesterday, SAHRC was here, and they indicated that in their view, when questioned around the increasing statistics of these cases, they said the stats are increasing because reporting is happening or it is enough. But you are saying there isn't a few numbers of these matters because they are being underreported. So there's a contradiction there, because now stakeholders no longer know whether the problem is underreporting or over-reporting. But you haven't said that it's underreporting. What do you think is the reason behind underreporting? In conclusion, with all the nice programs you've mentioned, and Prof, believe you me, Shiga's case is not the only. There are so many. So it's not a question of jumping because Lufuno Mabongo has been subjected to bullying and we jump into the space. The whole country is really from cases of corporal punishment, sexual relations between teachers and learners, bullying. But social development is core to instilling these social principles within society. Society develops because of programs and interventions for social development. And if figures are still continuing at this rate, it means the department is not succeeding with this program. What is the department going to do differently to address this scourge of bullying, of our children being subjected to violence at the hands of adults?
Yeah, you can answer the question, and I will come with my question. Just the last one.
No, thanks very much, why do you think these cases are underreported? Well, it's difficult to tell, but there are many factors at play. Chief amongst them may be lack of awareness by different role players, or an element of undermining such kind of incidences as and when they occur, or because of our traditional values, so to speak. Earlier on, one witness just had testimony that at some point there was some arrangement of apologizing and you see, those are the kind of multifaceted factors that may be at play. May not necessarily be one reason as to why are they being underreported. And now, as for the issue pertaining to the reporting of these incidences by the media, we are living in a constitutional democracy wherein a media plays a very critical role, and therefore, under no circumstances can we actually bar or prevent the media from actually reporting. In fact, we are promoting that they should. However, what one was pointing to was much more of the issue of saving the social media, where we have seen that video which was being perambulated all over, and I was like arguing to say that by and large, it actually instills certain memories amongst young people, and yeah, I was just like, I was not saying it on a negative note that media should not report. No. They should actually continue to do that. But also in terms of the time, I mean, what is it that the department from now henceforth is going to do? You would recall that in respect to the youth, for instance, we have been able to establish a crisis management trust team. And what we want to do is to make sure that we have got some ruling task teams that we constitute in various municipalities, which will be a subset of the gender-based violence, because we have got a provincial gender-based violence technical committee. And one of the mandates of that technical committee was to make sure that district and local structures which will complement the provincial work are actually constituted, and therefore that those particular bullying kind of trustees will then be a subset of those particular structures which will then be established. And therefore, for sure, they will be able to come up with a plan that will be implementable and make sure that we create an awareness, of course, depending on the availability of the resources. Because it is one challenge, it is one thing to say these programs, awareness campaigns will be done, but it is another when we will be talking about whether the resources are available or not.
Okay, thank you. Maybe what will assist us to be more specific. You are referring to marriages. And we are saying that there is a testing that has been formed. When was that testing formed?
Well, the task team was actually formed very recently, as recently as after the incident has actually happened. So it's a recent thing.
I want the date because as the Human Rights Commission we have visited the school more than once since the incident. So that's why I want to know when was that testing formed.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I will leverage you with the report which provides the details, but the date that I've seen, if I remember, maybe let me say we'll be able to get you what call. But I have a report that talks about the crisis intervention team. It's a report from the crisis intervention team, so I should be able to give you a copy. And for sure, it is able to indicate the exact date as to when was it constituted.
But talking about the task team that you are alleging that it has been formed, and we as the Human Rights Commission, what we know is that your department, your social workers visited the school only once a day after the incident, and they were nowhere to be found from that point. And we have written you a letter regarding that. And we are working with the people from the same school who are giving us information that nothing has been done. And we have informed the department officials who have written to your department, informing you about what is in the secondary school. And you are sitting here, you are saying that there is an intervention team, social workers were there. I can tell you that without any hesitation that nothing had been done except that your social workers visited the school a day after the incident. And from there, they were nowhere to be found. What is your comment about that?
Okay, thanks. Basically, to the best of my knowledge, the case was referred to the social terms of the report that I have. It was referred to the social work manager on the 30th of April 2021 by the district director after having received the video clip, that WhatsApp clip, which was portraying Elena being aggressively assaulted. And then from then, our social workers then started to intervene. So I may not be sure as to at what point did you visit the school, and at what point did our social workers, I may not have the exact date.
But I think what is important here is that during a hearing like this, let us provide information that is accurate. Because we are sitting here trying to ascertain what must be done or where are the gaps. Because without providing accurate information, we are not going to find solutions for these problems that we are facing as a country and as a province in particular. Because if you are telling us right now that your social workers went to building secondary school, I'm saying that is not correct because we have visited the school. The person who gave us information, all the details of what had happened, we have communicated with every time, from time to time, we are communicating with that person as to what is happening. Even in our second visit to building secondary school, she confirmed that no, nothing had been done since that day. And at that day, there were no social workers. And we are saying, your department is saying, we have provided the social workers, there is a task team. When was the task team formed? You have no information about that. I mean, that is what we should not present to the commission, more especially in the formal hearing. And we have been saying that it cannot be that We always, all of us, the Department, Office of the Premier, Department of Education, Social Development, SAHRC, all we are complaining. Who's going to protect our children if no one is taking responsibility that I must implement the law? It's like human rights issues. If no one stands up and protect our people will never enjoy their rights. That's why the Human Rights Commission today is calling this hearing after the violation of the right to education to our learners. So we are saying, why are we being provided with information that does not, you don't have details. You can't talk about the testing without knowing when that testing is what's on. I think that's misleading to the Commission. And we need to be worried about that. So I think I will let me give an opportunity to our Commissioner.
No, thank you. I think in the first place, let me just associate myself with the comments made by my fellow panelists. But something else that really worries me, and then I think this also goes to the process, is that, since I was seated in this committee, I'm shocked by inappropriate statistics that are being given to the commission. And this I regard as really unprofessional from department finishing us with wrong information, wrong statistics. This is really shocking. I'm not impressed. And secondly, Professor, you've got students at the university. Are your students really going to work on statistics that are not authentic in terms of bullying and in terms of sexual abuse of our children? Whatever is said that will be done, do because the information, the statistics are wrong. They don't depict the true state of affairs with regard to what is happening in our schools. So really, I would like that this be very seriously by the department. There's one thing that you are to be finished with wrong information. That is wrong, and that is not acceptable. That is not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I make a request to the department that please, can we ensure that we provide counseling to the learners from the secondary school? Because that is not happening. And we're disappointed that immediately after the incident, your own MEC went to a meeting and make announcements that your department is going to do or is going to provide counseling to those learners there, including the parents of those learners, including the parents of the victim. But when we went there as a Human Rights Commission, we find that there's no service that is being provided by the department. And you are saying to us right now, you don't even have information to counter what I'm saying right now, that there's no service that is being provided right now at the municipal school. My understanding of our own political, our own setup, if I'm sitting here as the provincial head for South African Human Rights Commission, or I'm traveling, as we always do with the commissioner, He can make any statement, he can make any promise. I will have to note that down. It's not that he's going to do it personally. We've been doing that. He knows that when he says to those people that he will be engaging with, that we are going to do A, B, and C, it doesn't mean that he's going to do it for himself, by himself. It's us at the operational level. Because he is the political head of the Human Rights Commission. I have to carry out what he has promised. But in Limpopo, that is not the case. Our own administrators, our own heads of department do not care about what the political head will say. They can go and promise that they will provide counseling to these people and all of things. From there, we forget about that. So it's really touching. We cannot come here with no information after this particular incident that shakes the whole country, and we are saying, what is that you've done? What is that you've done as department? And you are not sure, you can't even provide any information. So which means that our conclusion as the commission now is that the department has not done anything. If you've done something right now, provide us with the details. You want to comment?
Definitely, Chair, I want to comment by saying first and foremost, and on record, that when we were sending or forwarding a presentation to the Human Rights Commission in the province, we have forwarded that report together with the review report. The review report that says social workers were immediately deployed. The report says the social workers were immediately deployed the same day to provide psychosocial support, which is debriefing and mentoring to learners and educators. And the other team visited the debriefed family at Chirinze village. And it goes further. Let me leave issues of the sources of information and other things. Let me go further to say services rendered. The crisis intervention task team was immediately established, composed of social workers, Department of Education, and school representatives to draft crisis intervention plan and its implementation during the week of the incident. So it goes on and on and on like that, including the dates to say debriefing and trauma counseling services were provided to 2,300 learners and 10 educators for 5 days, which is between the 18th to the 17th of April 2021. This is the final report that we have forwarded, which we can still in any way be able to give you.
I'm saying, I'm not interested in the report. I'm interested in the actual work that has been done. We can go together, me and you, we can go to Miri Secondary School to verify that. We can do that. Because those reports that are given by people who are supposed to do their work, they are not doing their work. I don't just send our people around. When I'm asking sitting here, I go out to the field and verify all the information that we are supposed to gather as Human Rights Commission. Before I take a decision, I'll make sure that I do a thorough investigation and say, this is the information. It is not allegation. In the first visit that we made to Miri Secondary School, we met with the principal, 2 deputy principal, the teacher's license officer. There were 2 of them providing us with the information. The second visit, it was with the SGB principal and also representative from the learners. That we immediately requested them to leave the meeting because we wanted to discuss sensitive cases. At that stage, on that particular day, there was no service that was provided by the social development, by social workers at that particular school. And we are saying, you have the report there. I'm asking you, from this date to this date, yes, they've indicated, they are saying to you that they've done A, B, and C. Was there any verification of that information?
Thank you, Mr. President. When we are accepting, we've also had reports and means of verification that our social workers will provide. And we also have laws. For us to look at this issue and put it to its finality, it will be important to have all our informants in one room so that we find out who's taking the truth. So as a department of prepared to take this issue further outside this meeting.
Just to provide information, Give us the date on which those intervention committee have been established. Simple as that. Give us the date. That's why we are saying this, because you don't even have information regarding the establishment of that particular task team. Give us the date so that when we say we are going to sit down with you or as we are visiting the school, then we will say on this particular date, this is what will happen. Give us the dates in the here on record.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not sure if on the basis that we do not have the exact date within which this particular task team was constituted, therefore it would mean, it's just a matter of a date which we can still be able to confirm at a later stage. If we don't have that information, we are confessing that we do not have the exact date within which the task team was constituted. Safe to say, in terms of rendering other services, I've already indicated as to when were those services rendered. What maybe the Commission should be telling us, which I believe may be the case, it may be a matter of time to say at what point did you go there and at what point did our social workers go there. I think those are some of the issues that at the end of the day we can be able to clarify amongst ourselves. But in respect to the date, we may not be able that exact date as to when was the task team constituted. But we do have it in the report to say the task team was constituted.
Now, I think let us agree that our position is that you have not done that. You have not. There's no service that has been provided, and we are concluding that way because it is your responsibility. We gave you an opportunity to gather all the information. When you are saying, I cannot just say to the public that we have established a task team. This matter is very sensitive, and I don't know the date. This incident just happened beginning of April. Now we already forgot the date on which we have established the task team. It can't be possible. It can't be possible. Let us just leave it that way. I don't know whether colleagues want to make any follow-up, but from the Human Rights Commission, we are very disappointed with the information provided, and we believe that even including the issue that your understanding of the protection register, and we didn't get what the position of the law as to what is that the department is expected to do. You are shifting the responsibility to the national department. You are shifting the responsibility to the national department. You are not telling us about your mandate as a commercial department, which is very necessary for us as the Commission. And this defeats the whole purpose of this particular hearing, because in our recommendation we need to know what are the challenges within our system, whether it's individual failures within the system, or what is that we should do as a country, because we cannot wait for another incident to happen. And providing information is the only way that we can all put our heads together and come up with a solution. So all the things that we're talking about is a societal problem. I'm tempted to reject that notion. Why? Because I feel that it's an individual failures within the system who are failing to execute or to implement the law. Then all of a sudden they took a very possible or scapegoat, because if we say it's a societal problem, no one is going to be held accountable, because we are all be convinced, we are all made to believe that it's a societal problem, whereas we have individuals who are failing within the system. Please, let us make sure that we implement the law as it is. That is the only way to resolve these challenges. So let us not blame the societal problem, hence we are failing to do to execute our own responsibilities. Thank you very much for your inputs. You are excused.
Thank you very much. Allow me to now turn to our Department of Education. To come and take the podium.
Maybe we should, those who are coming to support the HOD, we understand that you are many, others can sit behind you, others can sit with the HOD in the back.
Thank you. Am I on?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Chairperson, commissioners, my colleagues who are here, including the committee from Social Development. I am going to be very brief.
Okay, thank you. Just before you proceed, I just want to find out first whether you have any objection to the taking of an oath.
No, I don't.
Okay. Then, if it's so, will you repeat everything that I'll be saying? Saying, okay, I, K.O. Dederen,
I, K.O. Dederen,
wish to state that everything that I'll be saying is the truth and the truth only.
Everything that I shall be saying will be the truth and the truth only.
And raise up your right hand and say, so God help me.
So God help me.
Thank you.
While we were given questions that we had to respond to by the Commission, and maybe just as some form of introduction, I want to clearly indicate that as the department, we are also protected by what is happening in our schools, and we are very open to getting lasting solutions that can come from the House. Now, we have decided to start with what exactly is bullying in our schools. And we just want to indicate that bullying is the most common offense or misdemeanor committed in schools universally and in our country in particular. Now, I'm not going to really try to explain things further. Now, it takes various forms, amongst others. It could be physical, it could be emotional, it could be psychological, and also we have cyberbullying. Now, it may be subtle or very visible. So in some schools, as perpetrators, in some instances, are only known by the victims and would be victims amongst the learners. If it cannot find space of being reported in a school context, teachers may not be aware that it is happening in their schools. And that is the reason why we need everybody to assist so that we can actually deal with bullying in our schools. The implementation of the National School Safety Framework can assist us in really measuring the magnitude of abuse in our schools. Let me say bullying in our schools. If bullying goes uninterrupted, it can persist in a school such that it can lead to school dropouts especially if the school authorities do nothing about it. Parents and guardians have to play a meaningful role in the upbringing of children, thus capping bullying in the bud. So here it clearly indicates that we have to work together, the parents, ourselves, and also the schooling community, so that we can actually deal with bullying. Now, with regards to the questions that were asked, I want to start with the first one where it says we need to indicate challenges experienced in respect of addressing bullying in schools. Now, this one is twofold. It's challenges that are experienced at school level, but also challenges that we as the department may be experiencing in supporting the schools in making sure that they deal with bullying. Now, with the first one, we are saying that for the department, we have a serious challenge in terms of capacity, because we're saying that we need to be open to you. We have capacity challenges that we are dealing with as the department. Capacity in terms of the number of officials that have to support schools, but also in terms of the budget in training, in providing training to schools. There is underreporting of bullying incidences from schools, as we have heard from yourselves even today, that there is underreporting. So this is an area that we have to deal with as the department. Monitoring and support. Let me just say inadequate monitoring and support. I have indicated that it is due also to capacity challenges that we have in terms of the warm bodies that can assist. But we're saying that at this second level, they are trying their best to do it. Now, we also want to indicate that we need, as the department, to enforce the code of conduct, because when you look at the national schools and safety framework, it clearly indicates that we need to report, the schools have to report incidences, and they have to record these incidences. And these incidences or offenses really vary. There are those that are not serious, so they are at level 1. So you have them up to level 5, where those ones are criminal in nature. So it really means that the schools need to be implementing that, because what was presented, we have come to realize that some of those that are very critical are actually taken at a lesser level. But then this is the implementation that we have to monitor as the department. Now, we have also indicated here the impact of bullying on teaching and learning. We are saying that it can lead to increased dropout, and then it can also lead to learners committing suicide, because we have had a case of suicide. But in some instances, well, we had 2. One, it was because of the workload, but the other one, it was also because of the fact that the parents demanded the learner to do something, and it also resulted in suicide. Now, with regard to the key factors contributing to bullying in schools, we just want to indicate, but I mean, there are many. But then we really want to focus on a few. The first one is the environmental factors. Obviously, that is at home. And then we also have the social factors. That is when it emanates from communities. And then also the fact that the bystander factor. The bystander factor, that is where the learners really stand and cheer and really just encourage the perpetrator to commit the deed. And then also influence of peer groups. So obviously it also ties with what I've also said in terms of the bystanders. Now, there are also individual factors. With these individual factors, that is where a bully tends to be physically strong, than the average learner, and from a personality perspective. And this bully tends to be more aggressive, manipulative, and low in empathy. And then whereas victims tend to be physically weak, introverted, with low self-esteem. We're just saying that these are some of the issues that we have actually picked up and which we are dealing with. Now, with regards to the number and nature of complaints received by the department in respect of bullying at school and the process flow of the department in addressing these complaints. This specifically refers to the information which is provided to the second by the principal on a monthly or quarterly basis and must refer to interventions taken in respect of these reports. Now, in terms of the whole process flow, I just want to indicate that those reports or incident reports are compiled at school level. They are expected to really record the incidences that happen in the school, and those incidences are taken to the circuit. They go to the district and then to the province. By the time the province receives the information, it's more of statistical information than the nature of the incidents. And that is one area that we want to strengthen. I'll indicate to you how we're going to try and strengthen that. Now, after, we then received the report to indicate how many incidents. Now, this is done manually. Now, we have about 3,000, we have 3,700 and how many schools? And also, I mean, we also have about 1.7 million learners. So it means that if we are doing things manually, it takes a longer time for the information really to reach us, for us to be able to analyze. So we're saying that as the department, from this year, we are introducing a web-based reporting system. So that system, what the system is going to do is that it will capture the incidences, and the incidences will be analyzed. It will tell us how many schools in a particular district experienced bullying, and then after that we then know that these are the schools where bullying happened, and then we'll be able to actually analyze the data and say which are the ones that we have to really visit and support. So that is what we are actually doing. Currently, what we are doing is that we have EMIS actually training our officials on SASMs, because this is a subsystem of SASMs, which is our reporting tool in the department. Now, the next one is these are data indicating to the most vulnerable to bullying in schools. And then here it wants us to really put it in terms of sex, gender, age, etc. I just want to indicate to you that statistics we don't have at this point in time. So I don't even want to thumbs up anything. So we are going to look at this and really work on it. Now, 10.5 is whether school principals have been trained by the department in addressing bullying in schools, and then and also the school safety framework, and the number of schools that have been trained and days of this training. Now, in terms of the training, I think we have also provided information in terms of annexes. Now, I just want to indicate that bullying trainings only took place in 2013-14, and it was funded by UNICEF, and it covered 1,000 school principals. But in terms of the National Schools Safety Framework, here we're saying that we trained, in 2016, we trained 1,500 schools, and in 2018, we trained 2,400 schools. Now, the next question is how many incidents of bullying have been reported by educators or responsible entities in terms of Section 110 of the Children's Act 38 of 2005. That information was not provided, we're still working on it, and then it will be provided. Now, in terms of 10.7, how many educators have been found unsuitable to work with children?
HOD, you are confusing us a bit here. Here in your submission, you are saying that it referred to what was submitted, but you are also saying that this information will be submitted.
Can I actually just correct that? When the report was done, because there are two sections that dealt with the report, one section indicated that it will be reported by another one. It should have been taken out. So my apologies for that.
So
yes,
we will take it as information. We'll take your word.
Yes. Please take my word. How many educators have been found unsuitable to work with children as stipulated in the Children's Act 38 of 2005? And then it also says verify below information with other sister departments. I think that must be yourselves, isn't it? So let me just respond to the question. The question wants us to clearly indicate how many teachers were found to work unsuitable to work with children. Now there are two parts to the question. So I'll start with the first part. Now here we're saying that the department does not have the legal power to make findings on suitability of educators to work with children. The only mechanism available to the department as an employer is to discipline an employee alleged to have committed a misconduct in relation to the cited transgressions. The harshest sanction that can be imposed in such cases is dismissal. Now the next bullet there, the process followed by the department to check suitability against the National Register of Sex Offenders. Here we are saying that the department is discharging its obligation to present all the records of disciplinary processes to SAHRC in terms of Section 26 of the Employment of Educators Act. And this covers cases of sexual relationships with learners, as well as corporal punishment. SAHRC has its own independent processes which may result in the educator being struck from their role by withdrawing the certificate of service. Now, the Department of Basic Education, as the custodian of policy and conditions of services of employees in the education sector, has commenced discussions with the relevant sister departments to develop protocols to ensure coordination and collaboration to give effect to the thrust of the Children's Act. So we're saying that this is work in progress, and the Department of Basic Education has already started this process. Now, the next question was whether the department has regular engagements with Department of Social Development and SAHRC to address safety of schools. Here we've indicated that yes, we have engagement with the Department of Social Development. We also have engagements with SAHRC, that is with regard to crime and violence when it comes to SAHRC. Obviously with SAHRC, that is where they even go to our schools and make searches to the learners. So they do that. Now, with regards to the Department of Social Development, we've also engaged with them even with regards to substance abuse, probation cases for learners and welfare. So these are the departments, but we have all the other departments. We've also in the new document that we have printed out, we have put other departments that we have engagements with. And then 10.9 say whether the department has received any complaints in the past 5 years against educators for applying corporal punishment on the school learners. And then it says, please provide a number of complaints and the details also to how those complaints were handled and the outcomes. Now with regards to the numbers, the year, we will see the years, but in terms of the processes, we're saying that the cases were reported through the schools, and then investigations were conducted and the charges preferred. Here, the outcomes, obviously, with regard to the outcomes, we have presiding officers who will actually give us the outcome after they shall have led evidence and after the evidence shall have been presented. Now, with regard to the years, in 2015, the cases were 4, and you can see the fines there. What was the outcome? Okay, the educator was fined 1,000 rands. The other one was two months suspension without salary, and then the other one was 1 month suspension without salary. Now in 2016 we don't have anything, and in 2017 it's 4 again. And the first one, 2017, we had 1 teacher dismissed, and then the second one was fined 2,000 rands, and the other one was actually fined 2 months suspension without salary, and the last one, 1 month suspension without salary. In 2018, we're saying the number is 11, and then in terms of that, we are saying that 1 was given 3 months suspension without salary, and then 1 2 months suspension without salary, and another one was fined 5,000 rands, 1 fined 1,000 rands, and two cases were withdrawn, and 5 were found not to be guilty. So that is in 2018. And then in 2019, 8, and then that is precisely how the fine went. I don't know if you really want me to repeat it. I can just clearly indicate what actually transpired. The 2 cases were withdrawn, the reason being that the case witness or victims were no longer willing to testify in a disciplinary hearing. Now, 1 reported case is still under investigation at the district level, that is with regard to corporal punishment. Now, the next one is whether the department has received any complaints regarding educators who are dating school learners in the past 5 years. And then here, the number is needed, and also the process and the outcome. Now, the process and outcome is exactly the same as the first one. Now, with regard to 2015, there's nothing. 2016, there's nothing. And in 2017, we have 1 that was dismissed, and then 2 withdrawn. 2018, 4 cases, and the 4 of them were not found guilty. I'll give the explanations. 2019, 2, 1 pending, and then 1 withdrawn. And 2020, 1, and the teacher was dismissed. And 2021, 5, and then 3 have to be scheduled by the ELRC, and 1 has to be referred to the ELRC, and 1 is under investigation. I just want to indicate what actually happened. These cases, 3 cases of sexual relationship and sexual assault on learners were withdrawn at the inquiry by arbitrator hearing because the key witnesses were no longer willing to testify. 1 case is partly heard, that is well, I'm not going to read what is in the brackets, and the 3 educators are charged with cases, and their cases to be scheduled by ELRC. Charges of misconduct were approved by the Superintendent General on the 13th of May, that is with regards to one of the offenders, and obviously one case was reported on 14 May 2021, and that case is still under investigation at the district level. In terms of the ELRC collective agreement, 3 of 2018, sexual misconduct cases involving educators and learners are now scheduled by ELRC. The parties to the ELRC saw it fit to sign a collective agreement, that is number 3 of 2018, which requires a one-stop shop regarding sexual misconduct cases to avoid secondary trauma on the victims of sexual offences. The hearing is chaired by the Commissioner, and the process serves as both the disciplinary hearing and the arbitration hearing at the same time. Now, I clearly want to indicate here that this was as a result of the cases not being really finalized. I want to, well, previously learners who were victims of sexual misconduct committed by educators were often required to give the same evidence about the same event in several hearings in different forums, exposing them to unnecessary mental trauma. It was a traumatic experience that learners were required to testify during internal disciplinary hearings, arbitration processes, and labor court. The 3 processes were distressing and traumatic to the learners, as they were expected to testify about same evidence in all these different forums. The judgment of the Commissioner is final and binding and has the same status as an arbitration award. The main challenge of handling this type of cases is where witnesses withdraw or complainants tend to be uncooperative. And the department and ELRC do not have powers to compel a witness to testify against his or her will. Consequently, both institutions are legally obliged to withdraw the case as per the mandate or instruction of the witness. The complainant and his or her parents withdraw the cases formally in a written form. So they don't just withdraw the cases, it has to be formally in written form. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Can we, you can join this side. I will just give opportunity to my colleagues to start asking questions.
Thank you, HOD, for the presentation. I think, where to start? Let me start here. We've had 3 days now, and 2 days specifically, where all the information that was provided to the Human Rights Commission was that punishment is rife, bullying is rife, and that came from the children and the learners themselves, and it also came from unions. So we know it's prevalent. And once we look at the data that you've provided, and maybe it's just my ignorance in terms of how I see corporal punishment as abuse of children, as it is stated in law. But I want to just, let me start with the last question then. So a person is found guilty of having administered corporal punishment, and he or she is fined 1,000 rand, and then he returns to the classroom. Do I understand it correctly that the person was found guilty of corporal punishment, and the punitive measure, or the measure from the department as the employer of the educator, is to fine him 1,000 rand? Can I ask that we do a question answer? Because if we drag it out, it might. Ms. Dedran, maybe let's start there. Do I understand it correctly that corporal punishment is administered, the department as the employer investigates, and they find him guilty of corporal punishment, and they find him guilty, and they fine him 1,000 rand? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So you agree that you then...
Unless we can explain.
Please, by all means.
What happens is that thanks, Jefferson, for the opportunity. The employment of educators is classified misconduct in terms of two sections. Section 17, Section 18. And Section 17 carries a mandatory sanction of dismissal, which means if an educator is found guilty for those offences listed in Section 17, there are 6 of them, then the educator will be then dismissed, meaning the presiding officer has to go. And then the Section 18(1)(a) that deals with contravention of rules. So Section 17, when in as far as the corporal punishment is concerned, says that the corporal punishment has to be serious assault with the intention to cause grievous bodily harm. So the determination that is done when charges are not preferred is whether the corporal punishment in project can be classified in this way, in terms of facts and the disposal of the initiator, in terms of then following up the case. And that is why you find that in some cases there will be an outcome of dismissal, and normally in those cases it will be where this section has been applied to charge the educator. If then it is found to not be meeting the criteria, then the charge is drafted in terms of Section 18.
Okay, so in certain instances we are fine with corporal punishment and allowing the educator back, and in others we are not.
Well, it is. I don't think it is just as like that, because.
How is it not like that? Here we have teachers who are dismissed, and you've got maybe what, 1 or 2, and in another instance they are coming back.
Yeah.
I'm just reading from your own data.
Yes. Yeah. Chair, the explanation I've just given is that if, for instance, you charge everyone who has, some instances one has left the learner, right?
Assaulted the learner, yes. The word is assaulted.
Assaulted
Yes.
the learner. In some instances, the circumstances are that the educators deliberately took a broomstick and started eating the learner.
Assaulted the learner.
Assaulted the learner, yes. Yes, but the point that I'm raising is that the section says serious assault with an intention to cause grievous bodily harm. I just want to give to my colleague that I had in terms of the explanation what then constitutes the difference.
Okay, no, by all means, I have follow-up questions on that, so if you want to just add to that.
Good afternoon, and thanks so much, Commissioners, colleagues. Yeah, just to add on what my colleague have said, the issue is how do we classify this based on the severity of the infraction? And like I said, in Section 17, there are 2 key elements: intention and grievous bodily harm.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we get your answer, that you are guided in terms of section 17 and 18 of your
Can I finish, please?
prescripts and policies. By all means.
It's not only section 17. I mean, with regard to section 17, which is a mandatory dismissal, an intention should be established, and the kind of infraction should result in grievous bodily harm. That's what the law says. Section 18, it would be just, snake or
assault.
Yeah, but there won't be an intention demonstrated, and it won't result.
So I'm putting to you that if that was in terms of an adult, and you walk around in the street and you just smack someone, you would be found guilty of assault. So I hear you. We're taking your point. I think there is a definite concern that we have raised there. I want to follow up on that one, that there's a list of fines, which would mean that you have addressed this matter as a forum or an employer in terms of the legislation, and a fine was then issued. So there had to be some form of fine there, if I'm correct in this regard. As the employer, we found it was a section 18, a fine of 1,000 rand was issued. So my question, Ms. Dedrin, why would you then say that the department can't make findings in terms of the Children's Act when it comes to unsuitability to work with children? Because I want to read to you what the Act says specifically. It says a finding that a person is unsuitable to work with children may be made by any forum established or recognized by law in any disciplinary proceeding concerning the conduct of that person relating to a child. So your response to us in writing said you don't have in law any role to play there. And I would put to you that in fact you do. I'm also quoting from the Act to say a finding in terms of subsection 1, which I've just read to you, may be made by a court or a forum contemplated in subsection 1 of its own volition or on application by. And then the number 1 says an organ of state involved in the implementation of this Act. So I would put that to you. And C, a person having sufficient interest in the protection of children. Now, I would categorize even both of them being very applicable in this regard. So maybe you will be able to clarify that for us as well. The second part to that question, and then I will hand over to my colleagues and the chairperson in that regard, is it in the best interest of the children to have educators who have assaulted children keep on teaching them? Let's take away your frameworks and your Educators Act. Let's speak from the best interest of the child perspective. In your view, would it be in the best interest of the child to allow that teacher who, as you put it, very bluntly, just smacked or slapped the child? And the last one is, what is your comment regarding principals and educators trying to resolve matters of corporal punishment and sexual assault in schools in camera? So when they have these caucuses, like we've heard several times in the past 2 days, when they have these discussions in the principal's office, that we're aware of this corporal punishment, the teachers come in and the parents come in and possibly the SGB, and they as a group resolve that they're not going to take this matter further. I want to know, what is your take on that? What is your position on that? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that? So those are mine, and I would be very helpful for guidance on that. Thankful, rather.
Maybe just to start with the first question.
I just want to make sure, are you going to answer on behalf of Ms. Dedrin on this one? Or Ms. Dedrin, you want to answer first?
No, let me first start. I will actually get
Yeah, with regard to whether we are employed to apply the provisions of the Children's Act, we've painted a context to say the EEA, Section 26, enjoins us to report to SAHRC. And subsequently then SAHRC coordinates with other stakeholders in terms of applying the Children's Act. As the Department of Education, the primary determination of conditions of service for educators is the employment of educators. So that's what we use as the employer when we discharge our responsibility regarding management of workplace discipline, including charging educators. So it doesn't imply that we are completely not necessarily applying the provisions of the Children's Act, but it's not us who immediately does that, because the conditions of service for educators are contained in the Employment of Educators Act, not in the Children's Act, in the context of workplace discipline. So that was our response when we actually responded to it.
Okay, but it's just a very interesting dispensation because you're responding as an employer, not necessarily from the perspective of the children's rights.
I thought, Commissioner, we were talking about workplace discipline. Of course, there will be a different context if you speak about other areas where...
What other areas? These incidences take place in the school. It's a learner, it's a child. You are also in charge of executing a mandate in loco parentis to look after children when they're in school. So,
we are agreeing, absolutely.
Yes.
So, we are agreeing, absolutely.
So can you agree with me that you have a duty? You can report unsuitability to the party of the register. Do you agree with that?
Another challenge that I'm trying to, I've picked up here from what you're saying, it's like we have Children's Act, Schools Act, you have your own policies and all those things. In other words, it's like you want to tell us these decisions are not aligned because this one is telling you to do this and you ignore it. And then we have the Children's Act that says that you must do agency. You are dealing with the children, regardless of where you are, whether you are at school or you are at home. Because you are now assigned to be with our children, this is what you must do. So which means that the department, to my understanding, have the responsibility to implement 2 Acts. And now the department has chosen to take the lighter one and keep this perpetrator within the system because they are ignoring the Children's Act. And now focusing on one particular act that says that. So why are these cases not reported? Why are these people not in the register, protection registers? Why are they not there? And I don't know, but you are.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioners. We actually heard what you have said. We need to be looking at both legislations, not only legislation, but equally regulates what happens to teachers if they have something. So let me just accept that it was maybe an oversight from our side. So we are going to
colleagues, I just want to make this clear. We are dealing with a very crucial department. We must not shy away if there is a gap. Because this particular hearing can lead into the amendment of that particular act. We can work together because if another act is saying this and there is a contradiction between the two, and the department do not know which one should be applicable in a situation like this, we need to work together. Because the issue is not about just saying that you are wrong and all those things. We can amend our act to make sure that we protect our children. And if there is that confusion, that turns your head and you don't know what to do because this act is saying you must do it this way, and this one is saying, because you were talking about the intention. Do you have ability to establish what the intention is or whether the teacher had intention to smack the child?
Yes.
Have you been trained to, I'm talking about the principal or those people who are sitting in the hearing. Are you, in terms of the law, do you have the ability to establish the intention in terms of the criminal law?
The fact will speak for that.
No, I'm talking about the legal approach. The prosecutors are the ones who have been trained to establish whether this crime has been committed with intention or not. You are trained as a teacher. Then you are sitting there, you are expected to establish intention. You are not a lawyer, you don't know what the elements of intention. Do you know the elements of intention? Do you know any elements of intention? Because when we establish intention, we have to look at the criminal law. When the crime is committed, for one to be found guilty, we all know that we must establish intention. And then you have that ability as a lawyer from within the department, not as a prosecutor, but as a lawyer. Or are those people who are establishing intention and let these abusers go off the hook? Do they have that ability to establish intention in terms of the criminal law? I think he's still on to comment.
No, Chair, I think I agree with what you said. We take the point, and I think that is the understanding that we had to say that in terms of the coordination, that we are having to say is once we have the cases had and all the cases are taken to face, and then there will be that kind of liaison. But we accept, as you say, that in terms of the way the Children's Act states it, we should also take responsibility to actually make those reports available for that reason. That we accept. And maybe the other point is the issue of what the language, the kind of language that is used in the Act itself. And I guess you have just taken it and we'll take it up in the DBE to say that in terms of the discussion we had, and I get the point where you're coming from, because when we're dealing with the kind of sketch that we're dealing with, it's equally serious. But if then you have a law that says that it has to be a serious assault, there has to be an intention to do grievous bodily harm, then you may create a loophole, because normally that is what happens. When you go to arbitration hearings and the labor court, the question arises, in terms of the effect of this matter, U.S. employer concede that this does not meet the scale in terms of that. And then we found one. So yes. So I think we get the point that you raised, that the legislation has to simply say if ever an assault of a level should just be sensible like that, and then we deal with it in that way.
And they can be mitigating.
They can be mitigating risks, and that simplifies rather than the technical way in which it is processed in the legislation.
I think that should be the understanding. Yes. And I think even, the most important thing is that in our report, where there's a gap, we should not shy away from saying this is the contradiction. And it makes it difficult for the Department of Education to implement the law fully. So this is an opportunity for us to identify those gaps and address them as a nation.
Just on my final question, sorry, I haven't had the response on that. Where the caucus takes place between the principal and the educators and the parents, and they decide there. What is your view on that? We heard what the NPA had to say this morning and such, etc. So maybe we just share your view.
Yeah, I think just before the HOD comes in, I think it is a reality that is embedded in our society. Let me just start there. To say that people tend to want to reconcile. I mean, your child is a neighbor, he's my child, we come and talk about it. And then we bring such practices to school. That's the first thing. The second thing is, and I'm saying this, of course, with caution, that you could sometimes even suspect caution of concealment, so that the deal is struck there and then attack is case. Because there's a thin line in between the two. There's good intention in terms of not perpetuating disputes, but at the same time, there is this issue. And that is why we encourage our school principals to report everything. Even though the parents might have said, no, it's resolved in terms of, because the first thing, of course, is right for the principal to involve the parents. And the second, it's important for the principal to equally report, even if there has been a solution. so that the determination of whether it is not done is done at the correct level.
Yes, that's it.
So I think that is a part of what it's a take home for us that will then go back in terms of our advocacy programs to make sure that we make that very clear. So that we then eliminate a possible element of concealment that is there or a perception of concealment.
And I think the liaison between yourselves and NPA is very important, because diversion and reporting the matter does not mean a bully or someone will be thrown in jail. At that level, the NPA refers the matter to probation office, to social development to deal with. So it's just make sure that those parties involved will have the correct services at their disposal. Instead of trying to address it here, it just, as you've indicated, the correct decisions are made by the correct people at the correct levels. That's all from mine.
Afternoon, colleagues. Just want to demonstrate something out of the responses you gave just now. In your view, is smacking. You have this learner at school, he just goes on smacking other learners in school. Is that violent? It is violent. And it is serious. Right? But I heard you saying when you were talking about bullying that action is taken when a report is made of serious bullying. So what is less serious in your definition?
Serious bullying. Any bullying is serious. To be honest, any bullying is serious. And let me just explain. What I was explaining are letters. And it was it's not only about bullying. It's about all sort of things, bullying, all the offenses that take place. So they are, if somebody, let's take for instance, level 1, if a learner steals a pen from here, it's an offense, because that is not equal to pen. So I was just saying that there are various levels. Now, in terms of the code of conduct for learners, you have level 1, where things are not serious, honestly speaking, like I have pinched something, and then, there could be that reconciliation. But then, I said, when it comes to level 5, it means that that is a criminal offense. And it doesn't mean that you can't have a criminal offense in level 4. It's the manner in which this person, or if it's bullying, this person has been actually doing things and repeated. So I just want to indicate that I was referring to offenses that are very minor, which is level 1 in terms of the code of conduct.
What level is it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, the commissioners, for the presentation, for the opportunity to present. Bullying, because it takes various forms and manifests in different forms, it's taken as a serious offense in the schools. But now, the seriousness differs with levels. I can just give an example. One child proves another one verbal assault, and the other one, because of their strength in terms of attitudes and arrogance, they don't take it very serious, but it may affect them emotionally, and we may not even notice it in the school. And we may classify it around 1 or 2 offenses. But when we find, remember different codes. We're talking about the code that's inclusion codes.
Yeah, but you are giving examples.
I'm giving examples because
you must also give us whether it's level 1 or 2, because that you can't just say.
I want to go there. Okay. Because context will go. Yes. Then you have a scenario where a child is using cyberbullying, they're exchanging words, insulting, and whatever, offensive on cyberspace. Upon investigation, you realize there were very, let's say, insulting words that are very offensive, vulgar, and all that. And you realize, yes, this child has gone to a level where this will be as criminal. Then we call it level 4, serious is going to call level 5. You have a scenario which has gone explosive, where it's physical, but they end up fighting to a level where one steps the other one, or causes one to commit suicide. Then it's level 5, it's criminal, it's extreme. But you find when you compare the context in which all these things happened, based on what we use in our codes of conduct about the various offenses, including bullying, it will take different levels. Hence we say bullying cannot be absolutely given to level 5 or level 4 or level 3, but it depends on the context in which it happened, because it manifests in different forms. That's why we say it happens in subtle ways. If you have and it also happens in very subtle ways that you may not even notice it. So that it is inside the school, as a teacher, as a principal. Sometimes even among the learners, you find it's only known by 2-3 friends that this one is bullied by so and so in class X. Those are some of the contexts that we're talking about. Because schools, children play, and as they play, some offend one another. Some of the joke becomes a bullying to the other one. It depends on how others take it. So it's an area that we call a phenomenon that needs more research, that needs more understanding from all of us. One bullying case cannot be similar to the other one. So they will always vary.
Okay, maybe just so that there's progress. So the department is grappling understanding and dealing with bullying. I'm able to proceed.
I can agree with you, but we have our own definition of bullying as it is manifested in the context of our schools. And our research has revealed that it happens in all schools, but manifests itself in different forms. Forms that we may know, some we may not even know.
But you agree with my statement?
Yeah, it's still something that's fully under research.
Because, you know,
yes.
So sorry to be talking over. Sitting here, I don't have facts, but it is possible the Funomapanga's bullying started at some level. I don't know now what this level. Because I have a challenge with the approach the department is using for the classification, level 1, level 5, less serious, more serious, because I do not know that there is some barometer through which you measure that, no, now it's level 1, or now it's level 2, or now it has gone, it's level 4, now it has gone down to level 3. And for me, if the department does not have a consistent approach to bullying, leave out the levels and categories, the context I understood here, the little assault, and the serious assault. Assault is assault. The reason why corporal punishment is continuing unabated, is because of the approach of the department to the provisions around because if it's less, but the Act says
if a teacher administer corporal punishment on a learner, that teacher is guilty of an offense and can be convicted of assault. There is nowhere where he talks of less serious and my take is until we all are on the same page. I see this even reference in your documents to alternatives to corporal punishment. That's a misnomer. You know, if you have one pair of trousers, there is no alternative. But the moment you have two, you can either opt to put on this one or the other. So now teachers know they can either, or they say we're being disempowered. It's like you were saying yesterday, we're being disempowered. We need power to step over this ill-disciplined children. And that's why they talk of alternatives. Because people think that because we don't have anything to do, what can we do? There is no alternative. There should not be reference still in the Department of Education's records of alternatives to corporal punishment, because that makes this narrative of less serious offenses to derive, and we are creating space for violence. It's making HOD, in your words, it's violent. It's violence. Now, if teachers administer violence on learners, and the department is saying, that's just making, then they will continue doing it. And when it happens in the context of bullying, yes, the learners will continue doing it because it's not serious. And the result is the Funo Mabuma losing a life. Then us coming here looking for the elephant in the room. And it's here. We allow that situation to happen and continue. Lastly, there is a response you gave to a question I did not understand. You are saying, here, 10.7.1, the process followed by the department to check suitability against suitability of teachers, to work with children, something along those lines. And you're saying that the department does not have the legal power to make findings on the suitability of educators to work with children. So you don't get involved in a process of checking on the suitability of teachers to work with children? I don't understand.
I think you was in terms of alignment of our reporting, you was what we do when we appoint teachers. It's that we, and I'll use the word try and check in terms of the register, and I'm sure TSD has explained in terms of the difficulties in that respect. The second, the primary thing that we do first is that there has to be police clearance. So the second thing is that our district will then check the says in terms of one, the validity of the license or the certificate of service of that teacher, and if there is anything that was important. So those are the kind of checks that we do. And in terms of the suitability checks from the police, we get the responses quickly. We don't have without that and says in terms of confirmation of the validity of the certificate. So that is that. But the challenge currently is in terms of the swift feedback in relation to whether the person is on the register or not. And it is something that I guess even if it's not saying that we need to go back and improve upon. And I think in terms of the collaboration that Chair, you have been speaking about, it's one of the areas that we need to check. That is exactly what I feel.
Okay, thank you. But looking at your response then, we're asking about checking the process followed by the department to check the suitability against the Child Protection Register. And your response is saying the department does not have the legal power to make findings. It's totally, you are going to a different direction. It's not what we are asking. We are talking about the process that you have to follow to check the suitability. You are talking about the powers to make findings. Those are totally different things altogether. It's not related to it. Your response is not related to the question. You agree to that. So why are you responding this way? Please, okay. Thanks. I just want to find out something very quickly. I want us to go straight to the point. My learned colleague indicated here that from you indicated during your presentation that William is some, and he also asked you the question around the child who bullied Children or who assaulted Children. The first question: do you know of any history of that child? Do you have any history? No. You don't have. Have you go and check the history of the child to the from the school?
We sent officials there.
We do not have the full details, but we had in one of the briefings with them to say the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, because this family background is not well. She might have been influenced by either really parents or...
Have you ever checked whether that was the first incident or it happened before?
We never checked that.
You never checked that? So you don't check you don't profile these children that way, that are in our system. Once they commit bullying, you level them, you don't even profile them to check what might be the cause.
Chairperson, for practical reasons, we're dealing with 1.7 million children.
Sorry?
We're dealing with 1.7 million children.
No, I'm not talking about the number of the children.
Specific one under the spotlight, meaning the one at NB.
I'm asking specific questions.
Yeah.
Did you go and profile the child?
We did not profile.
You never checked? You
The
never
one-
checked
you
with
mean
them?
the one who committed the offense?
The one in conflict with the law. The one who was in charge.
The one who was in charge. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it was in the briefing with the local.
It's in the briefing.
Yes. With the
So
local
the
officials.
department never bothered to make a follow-up and all those things.
Colleagues have done their work in their report.
Which work? I want to know that work. Because if you are saying colleagues have done their work, we want to know that work. You might be a leader from the Department of Education. You are still talking about the police who have done their work. We want to know that work.
The report says the perpetrator is alleged to be coming from a family background where there seems to be instances of violence and so on in the family. That this may have affected this child.
I'm talking about the school. The learner that we're talking about is in grade 10.
Yes.
Did you check what happened in that particular before she reached that particular grade? What happened when she...
I could not go into the portfolio of the child because currently our system is still working on what they call the RITS system, for children and adults. Okay. I've not gone that way.
You're not sharing that information. Okay. You can give to the HOD. I want to ask more few questions.
To the
Then my further question regarding this particular thing.
It's important that everyone who speaks louder so that we all can hear and then...
Yeah, I think this is the situation. I wanted to know if the department have gone to profile the name, because the information that we received, it might have been caused by this categorizing this bullying. It's like the criminal law of the country, Criminal Procedure Act of the country has its own schedules, and the department have created its own schedule based on the same act, on the same crime. So you have this one that is level 1, level 2. The criminal procedure will talk about schedule 1, schedule 2, schedule 6, all the schedules in terms of criminal procedure. But the conduct is the same. The act is the same. Okay, then, will you disagree with me if I can say to you that the child who assaulted Nomabunga, when she was doing grade 8, this is the information we received from this one, there was an incident of bullying that she was involved. What's your comment?
Well, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of it. Will you agree with me that because of the manner in which you handle cases of bullying, you have compromised the country through children? Because this child, if the case were handled properly, back when she was doing grade 8, she would have not been in the situation where she is today. Because ourselves as the Human Rights Commission, we feel that we need to protect both children. Those are our children. We don't want to compromise anyone. And because of the failure of the department, we have now compromised two children because the other one now is facing criminal proceedings, criminal trial. Something that we feel bad as the Human Rights Commission. But if action was to be taken then, all these things will not happen. Then leave alone the issue of then come to this situation. In terms of your own levels, what offense might have, which level do you categorize based on the video that you have witnessed? Which level do you categorize that assault? Level 1, level 2, level 3, 4, 5. Why level 5? Okay. Why level 5?
Because she did it deliberately to cause bullying.
So that is why, that is what it is. That is how you categorize it.
Yeah, because I mean, that was a deliberate act.
Actually, bullying is never non-deliberate. It's always intentional.
I think that maybe I to make a contribution. I think it comes back to the very same point that the areas spoke about. And I think the fellow Prime Minister is correctly to say that the way our legislation on policies are crafted. By the way, these policies are policies for the whole sector. They are the way they are crafted. They create this unintended consequences in which we find ourselves because, and I would understand that, but in case of bullying, one act leads to another.
But I'm concerned because it takes the Human Rights Commission to have a hearing for the department to identify this gap. Of which, if this gap were to be identified earlier, we have experts in the field who can assist the department to close this gap and even to amend the act that we are saying is not aligned with the Children Act. So what we do, we can find a solution by amending the act and align this act with each other, because when we talk about a child is a child even when it's at home, at school, out there playing with others, it's a child. So we can't say at home the child now have to be protected by the Children Act. In school, it relaxes a bit. You don't have protection of the Children Act at school. Then these children only benefit from the Schools Act, not from the Children Act. So I think we need to treat children as children, and I think that we've all agreed already that there's a gap. But I just want to know from the department again, with regard to the same case of Bill. From the time when is the department doing anything about the case or investigating, and if that is the case, when did you start investigating the matter?
Well, I can't just recall the date, so I don't even want to enter into that. But immediately when we heard about, or when we heard about the incident, then we requested the district to be able to take action in the past.
Okay. Do you have any formal communication that you have sent to the district?
Well, I didn't have any formal communication. What I did was I called the district director because of the urgency of the matter.
It was through a phone call. I'm saying this because there is a confession from the then acting HOD. We had a meeting with the district manager. In fact, we have a meeting at the school on the 14th of April. We also had a meeting on the 22nd with the SGB, together with the principal at the school. We also have a meeting on the 29th of April. And during that meeting, the meeting that on the 29th of April was a meeting between the Human Rights Commission and the all-circuit manager, together with the district manager. At that stage, there was no formal communication sent to the school to request a report on the incident. We had a meeting, it was last week Thursday, with the then acting HOD. There was still no communication from the department. Just to say to the district, or the circuit, or the principal, that we are requesting you to investigate this matter. Will you agree with me that there was no formal communication, as there is none even now?
Well, maybe I just have to clarify why I actually call the district director. It's because governance, institutional governance, is coordinating false analysis. So I was actually calling you on the basis of the district director actually reporting to district coordination and institutional governance.
But I'm saying during our meeting, the HOD confessed to us that there is no formal communication that had been sent to the school, to the circuit manager, and to the district to request a report or instituting investigation on the meeting. There was none. Was there any formal communication? I'm not saying the phone call. I believe that if there is an incident like that, if it happens that way, obviously there should be a formal communication so that we can hold those who are not delivering accountable.
Well, I'm asking somebody who was in the office of the HOD at that time.
The what? She want to respond?
Because she was in the office of the HOD.
No, you're welcome. You can respond. Maybe you should pull your chair.
Okay. I think I'll be audible enough. Good afternoon, colleagues. When the HOD started on the 1st of May, which was a Saturday, on Monday, she called Dr. Ramian. Excuse me. So on Tuesday, Dr. Ramian was there. And then they had a meeting about this issue. So we're still awaiting the report a very comprehensive report that will be including whatever that was investigated by the police. So at this stage, we are really not able to give you a very comprehensive reporting because we're still awaiting that report. But Dr. Rambiani came, you can call him because we know you are on the ground, and they had a meeting with the HOD. I had to excuse them. I'm telling the truth and only the truth.
Yeah, I'm not, my question is not related to what you're saying. I'm saying on the 29th of April, at that stage, there was nothing that was done by the Department of Education. Just to request, just a formal communication, either to the district secretary or the principal of maybe secondary school. There was no formal communication.
Well, Commissioner, on the 29th, I was on leave in that week, so I'm unable to comment on that. But I'm commenting on what transpired from the 1st of May as the new HOD came in. On Tuesday, Dr. Rambian was in our office, and the bone of contention was the bill matter.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. That might have been done because the emergency was already raising concern. Then HOD. That how come after everyone in the country is shocked about this incident, but the whole department have not done anything just to communicate, either with telephone or written communication. I didn't want to mention telephonic communication because I know that might be disputed, but I'm talking about just a letter to the district that as the Department of Education, may you provide us with a report within this particular time. Even today, there was that communication engagement. Engagement with the department, with the district. But there's no formal communication, there's no letter written to the district. Wait, do you agree with me? Is there any formal letter that has been written to the district just to outline what you want to know, or what the department, what the district or the secretary or the principal should focus on when investigating this matter? Is there any written request?
I'm unable to comment on that. Perhaps the former acting HOD has that.
Is there any formal communication? Do you have any file, by the way, any file that you have opened, maybe to say, incident file, at least this matter might lead into the changes in our system, we can improve learning, this is a learning curve. Is there any formal communication that has been sent to the district?
I can indicate, Commissioner, that from our office, school said once an incident happens, our procedure is we check with the second official in governance.
How do you check?
We started, give us a report on that. I have information that I've gathered when I went there. And the file has been opened in respect of that case.
I'm asking you, is there any formal communication? Did you write any letter to them? No.
I did not.
Okay. Yes. So there's no formal communication?
Let me just say we are going to check
No, we have met with the HOD, former HOD, and he indicated to us that there's none. I was not even alone, I was with my colleagues when we met with the acting HOD. So he said to us on the 29th, on the 2 weeks, on Thursday 2 weeks ago, he said to us, to be honest, we have not written any letter to anyone. Don't you think that this is the cause of these cases collapsing within the department? Because you are just expecting a report from the principal or from the secretary of district, but there's no written communication. How many days should the school take to submit the report? How many days? How many days? No, I was talking about this particular. You said that. Yeah, this one. How many days?
But this particular one is very difficult because
It can't be difficult. It should be governed by the policy of the department. If, for example, can I give a classical example? When the matter is reported to the Human Rights Commission, I've got 160 days, 180 days to finalize that complaint. If I don't finalize that complaint, I have to give explanation to the commissioner why I have not finalized that complaint. I have to do the validation report. Why I have not finalized those complaints. So in terms of your department, the incident happened a long time ago. How much time should the investigators or the principal or the district manager, how much time that district manager has to submit the report to the HOD? No time frame. Besides,
as soon as the final.
Oh,
I just want
to be honest, don't you think that there is a gap?
There is a gap. I mean, while
so how do you hold them accountable if they don't submit at all?
Well, I really just think that what we have to do as a department, because we have set standards, that is precisely where we have to start. To say with our service standards, when the case is actually, when there's a case, this is the time frame that we have to do this to finalize the report.
So you have not communicated that with them. They don't know. So far, the district manager can just spend 6 months or a year or two without submitting the report, and when you ask him, you can't even take action because they will defend it. No, we're not talking about labor relations. No, wait, we're not talking about labor relations. We are talking about your internal processes. Incident happened. You don't write letters to the people who are supposed to submit reports. They have no time frame. Then what? How are you going to hold them accountable? How are you going to hold them accountable? Because you can't tell me that the report is due when you feel like it's due. Some of us are lawyers. You can't even take action against me because there's no time frame. You don't have to wake up in the morning and say, tomorrow is the time frame to submit the report. I'll say, no. What are you basing your decision on? I can say no. As simple as that. So it means that I think, colleagues, there are so many gaps that need to be explained, to be closed. And I think we should not be taken by surprise with the increased number of bullying in our schools. And the corporal punishment, no definition, no one knows where to draw the line. But we are all agree that that's violence to smack a child. But there's no line. No, we don't know where to draw the line to say this must go to level 8, level 1, level 2, level. Can we honestly take this issue seriously? Our children are not safe in our schools. Our children are not safe in our schools, and that affects all of us here. Because all of us, in one or the other, we have taken our children to school. It doesn't matter whether it's my child or your child or somebody's child. But the fact of the matter is better. We can only have peace of mind if our children are in a safe environment. You have indicated that our children are spending more time in our schools than at home with us as parents. So I believe that together with the Commission, we have to find a solution to address all these issues. But I find the department really wanting in these issues. Another question regarding me. Are you aware that in that school they are applying corporal punishment or administering corporal punishment?
Yes, we are investigating allegations. We have received that.
What's investigating the allegation?
The district has been doing that.
Sorry?
The district has been doing that.
Did you write instruction to them to do that?
Yeah.
Is there any letter, formal letter to them?
I want to explain. In terms of our protocol, the labor relations officers, because the incidents sometimes will happen when
No, I'm asking. You are saying that they are investigating. Yes. You are aware of the incident?
Yes, we are.
You are aware of the incident? Yes. Of corporal punishment?
Of corporal punishment. The SAHRC,
I'm asking you.
What has been submitted to the office, my office.
Okay, can you allow me to finish? You are saying you are aware of those incidents. You are aware of what is happening there. Then you are waiting for report. But you have never returned or communicated with them. You are just waiting for report. Is that not shocking a bit? Is that not shocking that you know about the incident? You have not communicated with them, but you are waiting for report.
Maybe just to respond. How it works is that matters are reported to either ourselves or the district. We're having labor relations officers in districts. So,
Sir, I'm not talking about labor relations officers. I'm talking to the HOD here. I'm asking whether there was any communication sent to those people.
We want to explain. When matters are investigated, are not investigated on the basis of us writing letters. Matters are reported at a second, at a district, and promptly investigations ensues there and there at a lower level. And
so this is a high level?
No, maybe if you can give me an opportunity to explain. And the reason is, the lower level doesn't have the responsibility to charge anybody. It's the head office that does that, because the employer is the duty. So the investigations are done by officials from the district office.
Say, can you understand my question, please? I'm not talking about charging. I've asked the question, are you aware of the incident of corporal punishment being administered at University of School? He said yes. And I'm asking, what are you doing about that? He said he's waiting for a report. I was expecting you to tell me, how do you expect somebody to report on the matter that you have not requested that person to report on?
And I'm explaining that's how the system works. That's how we manage cases. Once the case is reported, it's being investigated. The cases are reported by the district office or
I'm talking about cases, please say. I'm not talking about
cases.
I'm talking about this particular case. He is aware.
The district is...
How do you know that it's reported?
The district is investigating.
How do you know that it's reported? How do you know that the district is investigating? How do you know?
I think I get the point to say that what you're saying is that for us to do is to issue an instruction. But what we are trying to explain in this instance is that this is a case that was reported by the district to us. Right? And then we said to them, we are awaiting a report on the matter. They submitted a report. We evaluated the report and returned it to them for further investigation.
Let me try to assist you here.
Yes.
I think I'm also familiar with many labor relation legislations and policies. Those employees, including the district manager, have the rights and they're entitled to fair procedures. Let's assume you don't receive any report whatsoever. Do you think the department will ever take any action against it?
I think maybe let me explain this way that there would be cases where, for instance, the HOD receives a report. The HOD will direct that report with a note or a letter to say that provide an investigation. But the principal, the second manager and the district director have an obligation to report on an incident that occurs in an area in which
but those obligations...
And in this case, let me explain the chapter. In this case, It is not a case and had to be referred. It was a case that was referred at the district. And the district had to initiate an investigation. And they notified us of the case. So in terms of that, if things happen that way, once they notify us that we have picked up this case.
To anyone who's listening to you, is that not concerning that you are waiting for a report that you have not even requested? Is that not concerning to you? With no time frame, nothing. No. You know about the incidents, no time frame, you are just waiting.
It's not like that. I want to explain that there is time frames that the district will have 14 days to report back in terms of the case. And in certain cases, we even dispatch teams here to go and support them because we may find that we need responsibility. And that is why even in this case, as I speak now, the first report came, it was assessed and returned. And today, when we were here, I received a notification that we have got the report back in the office and it has to be processed tomorrow. So it's not like we said and said we're folding our arms and nothing happens. We have been communicating with the district, even though it may not have been an exchange of letters.
How do you prove to us, as from this sitting right now, how do you prove to us that you have done something on those cases? Because you don't even have formal communication. You have no letter, nothing. How do you then say to us, as
we can prove to you, I don't know whether you want us to share with you the report and the emails that were there in terms of exchange in relation to that. The first report we received and the file when we returned the file address. We can show you that.
No formal.
It is not like, that is formal communication in between the two offices. Because the district identified the case, investigated, notified us of the case, investigated the case, prepared the file, brought it to the straight paper telling the books in terms of where these files are recorded.
I think I'm
I think perhaps if I may come in here, I mean, we're trying here to find a solution to the big problem that we're having of corporal punishment and abuse of our sexual abuse of our children in schools. I think perhaps, and then I think that perhaps was the temptation that, you know, the gap identified with that apparently there is no policy that has been drawn up to this stage by the department with regard to the reporting and submission of investigations to head office. And how and within what period must this be done? And then I think the other important thing that should be that in most cases, I think the policy should also include cases which are of provincial or national interest, where the district or the second investigating a matter, you know, must be instructed or must get a communique or instructions from head office saying that we have this and this and this and this and this and this. Please investigate this matter, and then we expect, you know, the report to be submitted within such and such a time. So it's a question of lack of policy. So, and the question of cases that must be differentiated. I mean, ordinary cases, yes, I agree, can start at second level or local level, but those cases that are of provincial and national interest, like this one, I think the department should have in their book that they must instruct, give clear instructions to the circuit to investigate the matter. Thank you. That's what I wanted just to highlight.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think with that proposal, is that proposal fine? How long do you think you can take to develop a policy and adopt it? It's a policy procedure. Sorry? Are you going to do the proper consultation? Because you will understand that there are unions that need also to be consulted. You will come up with your... I'm thinking about the environment where you operate. You get the point. Sometimes...
You don't have to go to the bargaining chamber.
You don't have to...
It's an internal business project.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. If you are making that undertaking, can you submit that within the 3 weeks that you have Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm not sure, colleagues.
Can I just sorry, Mr. Dun, I think I just want to, we're stepping away of this specific case, but there has been a red flag the past 3 days, and it has shown up to be an over-reliance on principles, on everything. Whether it's on reporting the abuse, submitting now with this reports of investigation, I'm very concerned about the position or the reliance we have on principles on a lot of these issues. And it's a risk, it's an absolute risk, Ms. Dederen, because we have heard so many examples, even from SAHRC, that principals are concealing what is in actual fact going on in their schools because they are afraid of being reprimanded or being taken through a process as a result thereof. And to just highlight we know about the sexual offences matter that was reported last week. We know about the bullying issue that led to Lufuno's death. We have now heard that you know about the fact that there's corporal punishment. So is there at one stage where we say that almost like the provincial administration takes over the management of a department or a municipality? Is there at one stage where you say we're in a crisis here, that the principals are letting us down? And I want you to answer, please, sir, not from a labor perspective, from the best interests of the children who are in that school perspective. Because that remains paramount in everything. And I tell you now that if we have to go measure the best interests of the child against the labor rights of the teachers and the educators at the Constitutional Court, I have a very, very, very good idea of where that balance would go. So can we answer it from that perspective? And last comment from my side, and I do think it's just important for me to share, because what we've done here is we've unearthed these gaps in the system, but there's consequences for those gaps. And there can be criminal consequences for those gaps as well. And it's just a quick indication to you that in terms of the Children's Act, that if you do not check a person who is going to be appointed in a school against Part B of the register, it is an offence. And it is an offence in terms of Section 305 of the Act that carries a 10-year sentence, can carry a 10-year sentence. And if you've not checked more than once, it can carry a 20-year sentence. So I'm putting that to you as the employer. Have you checked? Have you not checked more than once? Have you not checked more than twice? Then just know that this is here. So just my answer in terms of the principles. Thank you.
Chairperson, this I think I'm directing you to the head of the department. Look, I think the best and what should be done, the best that can be done, if you get any confusion about two legislation that apparently is in conflict, the best thing that we must do, and then that updated children, especially with regard to children, you must interpret any law or in interpreting any law, the best interest of the child must always be considered. I'm referring to it's paramount, the best interest of the child. I'm referring to a case where you were saying that, there are two pieces of legislation that sort of is in conflict, the Children's Act and your own act, Education Act, that you were always trying to apply the Education Act and not the Children's Act. But the law says, where there's such a conflict, always interpret the law in the best interest of the child. The interest of the child is of paramount. Please follow that. And the other thing that perhaps I wanted to know, I want to know whether you agree with me and whether this will help you. In any situation, always, at school, whenever there's a conflict, the child wants this, the teacher wants this, the parent wants this. Always do what will be in the best interest of the child. That is basic, and the law demands of that. And perhaps the last thing that I want to do is to find out whether you have checked with other, countries or neighboring countries, our neighboring countries, how they work with regard to bullying, whether they've got such a problem, and perhaps how do they go about it? Because that perhaps can help. Because here we see our legislation, we've got policies which does not apply. Simply we are in shambles. Thank you. I can perhaps hear the comment from the HOD. Do you take that one, or perhaps comparing with what's happening outside our country?
Okay. I thought I was expecting a response from the HOD because before everyone speaks.
Oh, thank you very much. Maybe let me start with the issue of us relying too much on the principles of schools. Maybe, and without making excuses, let me just repeat that 3,737 schools, and we also, I'm not going to go into the number of learners that we get. And then, in order for us to really make sure that every school is supported, it's very difficult. Because we want the number of teachers who are going to those schools every time. So what we have also done as the department was to demonstrate our problems in such a manner that we have seconds with only 30 schools that we can manage, so that we can actually provide support to the principals. But even then, we have not actually filled some of these positions, which is exactly what we are going to do then. We do have subject managers, but I don't have people. But what I want to say are going to strengthen circuit management. And also, principals of schools, they have to do their work. They need to be professionals. Because, I mean, we can't just say that they cannot actually do what they're supposed to do. Because they're not going to give us information that is accurate. We have to make it a point that they give us information that is accurate. And if they actually do not do it, that's the department we need to take action. You see, because it's consequence management that we have to implement. So it's not about them doing a lot of work for us, but it's them taking responsibility of what we are supposed to do. Because if we don't deal with these issues in terms of the law, then it means that what is happening will be perpetuated. So it's that kind of intervention here that we want to strengthen. That's the first thing. Now, with regard to the legislations which really clash, I just want to indicate that the best interest of the child is paramount. And maybe I just want to confess that as the department, this one may have actually just gone between the cracks, honestly speaking. But in everything that we try to do, we put the best interest of the child. Yeah, we really try to do that.
But HOD, when you try to resolve matters when a child has been assaulted, or when a child had a sexual relationship with a teacher and you try to resolve it, and not in court, somewhere else, behind doors, is that in the best interest of the child?
Let me just give you this case, young man, and I just want to be very honest. The first thing that the OCD said was that the learner has to be arrested for assaulting another learner. So, honestly speaking, I mean, that is the best interest. We may not have done it in the manner that we really want us to do, where we have to request them to provide information, and we've done it telephonically instead of really writing. We are going to deal with that, so that we have paper trail of what happens between ourselves and the districts, and also between ourselves and schools. So I'm just saying that that is the paper trail that we are going to also work on as the department. And I really want to indicate that with some of the issues that we deal with, we always write. But this one, because it came in the manner that it came, honestly speaking, we didn't actually follow those procedures in the manner that we want us to follow them. And not only you, but ourselves. So we're going to work on that. And also the issue of the best practice, information practice, we really are going to look at that. You see, because if you look at bullying, I've read articles in terms of bullying in the US, where you can even have children coming to school with a gun and actually starting shooting teachers and learners. So I was seeing that, but we also know what they did thereafter. And these are some of the things that we really need to utilize as a department. I looked at a case in the UK, that is cyberbullying. Now they even have a policy that regulates cyberbullying. So these are some of the things that we are looking at in terms of international practice, which we can actually emulate and utilize in the problem. And I don't know, there's another one that
Can maybe I get my colleague so that when you respond, maybe if you want to help them.
And from business someone else. Questions or comments? So, HOD, on average, how long does it take for a case opened against a teacher.
If the cycle is upon the case being reported, we've got 60 days on teachers and 90 days on public service to complete the case. But what we normally do is that we give each other one time. So we find one time which is unless the case is complex, then it takes us a month. So that the other man comes for the years.
So in practice, what is the longest time it has so far taken in Canada?
A disciplinary time.
Yes.
There are cases, the longest time ever tried. I'm not sure if you have a case, but we sometimes have a look around about a year. It's possible. And this is, and I'm sure you're talking about a few cases, but under normal circumstances, you need to describe that.
How many days?
I'll give you an example. I said that we have got 60 days to complete a teacher's case and 90 days to complete a public case.
So 150 days.
Not combined. If you are a teacher, the procedure is that a case should be completed within 60 days. And then the Public Service Act provides, in terms of the dispute resolution procedure, it provides for the 90 days. So
Now,
not necessarily.
in your experience, what are the factors contributing to witnesses no longer willing to testify?
In terms of particularly your corporal punishment cases and sexual assault cases, what we have picked up is that there is some sort of collusion in terms of making the case disappear. Because you have the case at the time it's reported, and that is what prompted even when we did the analysis with the Marine Council, the SAHRC, on the side of educators. We then realized that, for instance, when we discovered this phenomenon of cases when you have a witness willing, and then next week the witness is not allowed to cooperate. We then said that if we have a case of sexual assault, let's try and finalize it in the shortest possible time again. Right? We will do that. But by the way, thereafter the teacher has 90 days to declare a dispute. Then the teacher will declare 90 days. At the last part of the 90 days, the teacher will then declare a dispute of unfair dismissal. Right? And then when you go to the bargaining council, the case, they say they have their timeline. And then when the case is supposed to be heard, we don't have witnesses because the hearing starts tomorrow. We don't have witnesses, we need to come and make the case from the beginning. And when you check, you realize that you start, Elena was cooperating, you could go to the family with the social worker who supports our hearings. But now the parents are even telling you that you don't even come near my child. You don't even call us. And then you then realize that there could be some underhanded thing. So then we said, let's try and cut this by having a single process. We then came into collective agreement. All parties agreed, the unions and to say we plan how it's going. So in this case now, it looks like there's on the other side with Afla and because the ELRC itself is not beginning to. We succeeded when we started in 2018, and now we become the same thing wherein you charge the educator. The process is that the HOD is the one who charges. But after you charge, you take the whole charge to the ELRC, then it's decided upon by a commission appointed by the ELRC. and the outcome becomes an arbitration award. Right? So when you arrive there and you start the case, normally the case is that we go through and try to get the most conducive environments to have the cases. When you go there, the witness is no longer moving to court.
Can I just say something on that one? You know what? I understand those dilemmas that you are facing, but my point here is that why, if we are saying that a learner has been assaulted by a teacher or a teacher is dating a learner, we have that process that will be going on in the veterinary council, wherever you want to go. But you have obligation to report this to the police. The quickest way to get rid of all these elements.
In majority of the cases, the cases are police cases, right? In majority of the cases. And that is one of the gaps that I said earlier when I was seated to say that one of the gaps that we need to fill is in our checklist, because it's ourselves now satisfying ourselves that we need those cases at the court. And that's one of the things I was wanting. But in all the cases, the procedure is that if it is this kind of a case of a sexual assault of a learner, as you report to the department, you report it to the police. So the harder gap is the one that we have just identified in terms of reporting this person, so that the name appears as considered, so that they are listed in the register.
Because I can assure you, possibly one of the common reasons.
Maybe just to add, the other thing that we do with SAHRC is that in this kind of cases, SAHRC will even come in and then we have parallel hearings. Because you find that whoever, it's better for us to say it's dead, because there's no appeal process in terms of SAHRC. SAHRC, if SAHRC concludes the matter and you are struck off the road, then you are deemed to have resigned on the day you are struck off the road. And then you are off, you cannot practice as a teacher. Because then, you lawyers will be called a short-term approval. It's something that we consider because it serves the purpose, like the Commissioner was saying, in the best interest of the child.
But all these processes you mentioned, which can require testimony of the or around the incident, obviously requires the child to give evidence. And we are surprised, despite the under the carpet things which may be happening, we are surprised when these poor victims end up no longer being interested in testifying. If our child would not want to be subjected to all this forum, where I must be giving evidence on the very same thing which happened to me 100 times.
That is actually one of the things that you see we are raising as a challenge. And on the other side, we try to circumvent in terms of cutting out between the dispute process and the disciplinary hearing process. But maybe clearly in terms of the SAHRC process, maybe that's where we can look at convergence. Whether the SAHRC can use, like in the case of SAHRC, like I was saying, we are able to use the outcome of SAHRC to close the case on our side. Because once there's a result outside that you struck off the road and you say, good, with effect from this date in terms of the operation of the law, you can't practice that in the time. And therefore we are going to terminate. But whether SAHRC, if we finish, we can then give them the product. Whether they can then take the decision of the HOD and then implement it and to strike the teacher of the role, then it's another. I guess dual lawyers is the problem around the principle of the other. Because people like that you can't sentence me or judge me without actually outside the case. And it's unfortunate, really.
that's a serious concern. I just want to wrap up quickly. It would be, we had many definitions of bullying, including yours. COSAS presented here and told us that in some instances, even teachers bully learners. Sadhu refuted that very strongly, and it reminded me of how, as adults, we feel we are immune. We think of corporal punishment as being effective on children, but not on us. And if it's not effective, surely when teachers come to school, they must be sharp because it's a positive, effective measure of disorder, of smack them. On a serious note, I want to hear your comment on the statement made by COSAS. But also, is there a budget in the department for dealing with bullying? I've read some of your documents here. When it comes to budgets in relation to bullying, it's nil, or no budget. So perhaps it's not as
I was just
last, I'm putting myself in the shoes of a parent who is in parent. I know we are all parents, but someone who is 10 years a parent. Having listened to your responses around your uncertainty in terms of what has happened or has not happened with regard to the handling of or the investigation of Funo's case to date, that sitting in this forum as a parent, would you agree with a parent whose take would be that the department is not taking bullying seriously? In your response to this, factor in the point I made earlier that in the report I'm having here from the department in relation to bullying, you said the last time there was training was in 2012, 2015, somewhere there. The report here says no budget to deal with this. A parent sitting here will say, adding 1+1. No, department is not taking bullying seriously.
Can you comment?
Well, thank you very much. Let me just start by saying that when it comes to the budget, we don't only have a budget that says it's good. We give a budget for school safety. Now, it depends on how we allocate the budget. And because of the fact that sometimes it's not enough, that's why we really work in collaboration with other bodies. For instance, we work with UNICEF, but safety children.
Can you raise your voice a little bit? Going down.
Oh, I was just saying that when it comes to the budget, we don't have a budget just specifically for bullying. It's just a budget for school safety.
So it depends on the officials on how they actually allocate that amount. I don't want to lie and say it is sufficient. It is not sufficient. But that is where we actually try and collaborate with other stakeholders who can assist us in terms of dealing with that. And when you also ask me, what Kosa said with regard to Peter bullying learners is true. I just want to be very open. It may be happening that teachers bully learners, because we also know that in some of the schools, teachers bully other teachers, teachers bullying principals, and we also have learners bullying teachers. That is precisely where bullying is. So it's not only between learners, it's also between teachers, it's also between teachers and learners, and it's also between learners actually bullying teachers. So it's only that we are focusing on learners because we have to protect them and not teachers. So that's why, even if it's there, it's not actually right, that's the first thing. And the second thing, it doesn't really just gain traction because these are adults. So I just want to.
One other interesting thing, the unions testified yesterday. Just make sure you stable on your chair because you may fall off what I'm going to say. Told this hearing that there are stories of bullying or corporal punishment or sexual cases against teachers, right? Not done. All these teachers who are doing all these things are members of other unions, but none of their members, none of you members. I even said to them and they confirmed that all PU members in the province hands are clean.
We can confirm that. We can confirm that. We can confirm that.
But how
in terms of reality, we have got cases where they represent their members.
Please, we do. No, we do have cases where they represent their members.
They represent their members who are charged for such offenses.
We do.
Are they giving yourself to think that in the
They said none of the 5,000 members.
No.
I'm saying again that the evidence we have on record here is PU members and
Can we have allow the panel to respond? This was a presentation yesterday, and it's necessary for us to put it to you. You respond accordingly. If the information is incorrect, yes, it's incorrect. We have even warned their members or the person was presenting that if we find this information, we will find evidence that you were lying to us or not telling the truth to the commission, we will call it. And if there can be legal consequences for not telling the truth. So, SAHRC did not even didn't do that. They said, yeah, it's our members. Some of them, we do have membership. We do have members who are involved in this, but we are trying by all means, but we also make recommendation that they must look at. So maybe I should also ask this question. It's not a question, maybe it will be a comment. I understand that you don't have any demand in this position. You were just recently appointed, but you have been part of the department for a long time. And I don't know whether you have taken time to assess, because now you have been appointed permanently to the position. Because we can't be year in and year out complaining about the same thing, our children being bullied and all of them. I want to say this as the Human Rights Commission. We have a very good cooperation from the police. We also expect cooperation from the department when we fight the bullying cases or when we fight bullying in our schools. And that can also be achieved by submitting information that we have. And one of the allegations against the department is that the department conceals this information. They don't give out this information to other stakeholders. And if we take your approach that we cannot win this battle alone, we have presentations from the NGOs, civil society organizations, talking about their willingness to contribute into fighting bullying. You are talking about the budget, you are talking about the resources in terms of fighting bullying. But I'm convinced that the legal resources that you can allocate and the legal resources that other institutions can have, those resources can go a long way. That also, we ourselves as the Human Rights Commission, we knew that we do not reach each and every corner of this province. And what we did was to appoint human rights champions in different districts around the province. And those human rights champions, some of them have found difficulties to access schools. They are being questioned, interrogated. Can we also cooperate? Can you also cooperate with us? Because those people are appointed in terms of our Act. Our Act allows us to appoint NGOs or individuals who can assist in the execution of our mandate. Yes, maybe we can engage in another forum to ensure that we engage each other to show that maybe if you want them to identify themselves, because it can also be a challenge. We can't just send people without identification. You can also indicate to us what kind of identification you need so that we don't have challenges. Because I want to support a situation where somebody just come to the school and say, I'm from the Human Rights Commission, then the principal must open up everything. No, we don't support that. But we can agree on the identification that will be shared with the principals of different schools in the province. Can we also do that? So another proposal that I want to make to the department is that let us all take this issue of bullying seriously. And what we can do, if the department have resources, the Human Rights Commission is willing to address all the principals. The Human Rights Commission is willing. In fact, we have done that for when there is to address all the circuit managers and the East here. All circuit managers and the district manager. We had a meeting with them, but it was an investigative meeting. But they indicated their willingness to spend time every day with us, where we can sit down together and address each other, and then we outline these legislations as to what must be done. Hence, we identify the gaps, but what they can be the best approach while we're still addressing the issue of amendment or confirming. I think we need legal opinion on this. We need a legal opinion because the Act is saying do this,
The other one is saying this is the situation. Now you are in the middle. What is that you should do? Because if the other one said that you must follow this process, now you categorize all this bullying and all this incident. After categorizing those bullying and all those things, now the Children Act said, no, that is not in the best interest of the child, because that is not what you must do. Take that to the police. So it might be a gap that needs to be closed. So I would just want to make that proposal that maybe we should have engagement, not in the form of a hearing, where we can have one-on-one as the department and ourselves. If we need experts in the field, then we get experts to assist. There are so many people who have interest in the education system, because that is where we can produce engineers, lawyers. Everyone is coming from that system. So to us, it's very important. So I'm saying, going forward, we should engage more in a forum where we can, not in a manner that we are doing. Now we are doing this because it's a hearing and we have to deal with we have to get evidence that we have to use in terms of when we develop the report. And it's worse because there might be findings against individuals, there might be findings against department, there might be all those things. But in the proposal that I'm making is it will be in the form of engagement, not by findings or anything. So I'm appealing to the HOD to look at that, and also coming up with a own plan. I mean, we must feel that there is a new drive. We need to feel that as a Human Rights Commission, and that can also be done by also responding to our letters. When we investigate, we are assisting the department. Because we can pick up many cases, because those children confide to the Human Rights Commission. They do confide to us and tell us exactly what is happening. So we will be expecting the department. We are more than willing to work with the department. Hence, we understand that ours is to hold you accountable and make proposals, but you have the responsibility to execute what is mandated by the legislation, and that is why we will also support you. I think with those words, I'm not sure whether you want to comment, but we have noted that you have not even had a man in the department. And we believe that now the impulse is for the whole team. Go back to the drawing board. Let us not just fold our arms when something happens. You don't even write an email. You don't even ask officially. Because when you go to when you fire somebody for not responding, the question will be, how did you request the information? Then you won't dismiss anyone if those people fail to provide the necessary report. So, just one thing about bullying. What we have discovered, what we have noted as the Human Rights Commission. Sometimes, yes, we are saying that this bullying is coming from family and all those things. But our own observation when we engage with children, and our own observation when we engage with children, sometimes children feel stranded and with no one to talk to, because they will go to the principal. This child who passed on that we're talking about, there can be so many people who say whatever they want to say, but we know, as the Human Rights Commission mentioned, this matter, after the child was assaulted, they were taken to the principal. They were taken by a security officer. When they get to the principal called a teacher's liaison officer. And when the principal called the teacher's liaison officer, this other one was crying. And the principal said to this kid, can you go and resolve this matter? Don't forget that this is Victor's child. I mean the person who is the perpetrator. The child who is the perpetrator. Don't forget that this is so-and-so child. This other one was crying. Then the teacher's liaison officer decided to, then took the children to an office. When she was trying to engage with them, trying to resolve, this other one said, I'm still going to beat you. I will beat you. Then this one was crying and saying, she's going to beat me up. I can't defend myself. Then the unfortunate part of it is that there was nothing that the teacher's liaison officer could do. Then she said, the teacher's liaison officer said, I was already alerted that this is so and so child, and I will not do anything. Then after that, she said she could not do anything. And she didn't know what to do. After that, she said to them, please go back to the classroom to write a test. Rufino did not go back to the classroom. She went behind another classroom and continued crying. And when she continued crying there, other workers from that particular school said they saw her crying. They tried to console her and all of them, but they could see that this issue is affecting her. No one took that serious. No one. The teacher's liaison officer cried during our interview, literally crying, saying that I feel like I'm responsible for her death. But there was nothing I could do because I know how these children are being treated in this school. Are you also aware? This has been confirmed by the principal. Are you also aware that the brother to the director, not Rufunumabu, did not pass grade 11, but he's now in grade 12? Are you aware of that? And he has been promoted in a manner that other teachers in that particular school questioned the manner in which this particular learner and progressed to another level. Are you aware of that situation? The issue of progression has been confirmed. There were 2 learners who failed grade 11 in that school. 2 learners. And out of these 2 learners, one is rather to the illiterate. But the other one was not promoted. Sorry? This year, I'm talking about now. Now, you see. That particular learner, I'm saying this because the department is not interested in investigating this matter, but relying on the principal's report. This is not allegations, and the principal confirmed that yes, this other learner was promoted in front of the SGB. But we wanted to know as the Human Rights Commission because there were 2 learners who failed. And this one had been promoted. And if you consider the statement that was uttered, don't forget this is Victor's child. Then it raised questions. Why this child felt that no one is there for her. I'm on my own. So these are very, very serious allegations that we believe that they should be investigated. And even the use of corporal punishment. We were advised by people who are working in that particular school that indeed there is a use of the principal administers the corporal punishment, but not to everyone. It depends where you come from. It depends. If you have your just child, you bully the other one, you are safe because the child can make noise. Right? But others who are coming from the maybe families that do not have resources to fight back and all those things, their children will be punished all the time. We went there with the video, actually. We asked the principal, the video when he was administering corporal punishment, he admitted that it's him. He admitted before us that it's me. There was another incident of fight within the school vicinity there. Then he said he doesn't know about it. But it happened in the school, straight in the school. We have the video. It is clear that it has destabilized the whole school. In no way that the principal could not be aware of that one. I'm sharing this information now because we are always being misled to believe that these are societal issues, you know, all those things are coming from somewhere. I'm trying to show you the failure of our system to protect our children. So all these issues, if you look at them, they're very touching. I think other information, because this thing is streamlined, is live streaming. I think I'm in a position to share more information with you. In your capacity as an HOD, you will understand that when we deal with the children, we don't disclose the names and the information that will expose our children, but just to share with you some of my additional information. But I will say something that we know that this has been, we have been informed by the people who are working there. The issue of social development not assisting the teachers. We were there. I've read the date that we visited the school. There was no service provided from the social workers. The latest was again on the 14th, I think, when we went to video for the very last time. But those people who are in the system, they were in the school, giving us information. And they can't give that information to any other official or department officials because even the district manager, when we visited the school, when we visited him in his office together with the second managers, there was nothing that he had done on that particular date. So it makes everyone who want to report these cases to be more vulnerable because the department does not take the reporting of these cases seriously. The very last one. I don't promote bullying. I don't promote fighting in the schools. Sometimes the fight in the school is caused by the following, even gangsterism. A child will report bullying to the parents. Parents will go to the school. The principal will refuse to act and ignore it. The following day, the child will be bullied. Report back to the parents will go, and it will be like a trend now. Parents will end up being tired. And the child will also be tired of just reporting every day. The next day, the child will be bullied and they will respond and fight back. Because all of us are folding our arms and we don't protect those children. They will fight back. You know what will happen? If they don't fight back, they will have to find another one who is bigger, who can fight back. Then you must have a friend to survive in that particular school. You know what will happen? It will mean that others will align with this one, others align with that one. From that point, it means that for you to survive in that school, it's either you're this side or that side. You chose. But being alone, you won't survive. And then from that point, there will be confrontation amongst between these groups. And what do you call it? Gangsterism. From that point, if it's boiling and the teachers are not even doing anything, those learners will start bringing weapons in their bags or in their pockets. And when they step each other in the school, will say, no, it's the parents who's doing it. It's the failure of our system. It's the failure of, it starts very small. But I can tell you that if we all act decisively, we can win the fight against bullying. And when you are surprised with the fighting and the bullying at the municipal school, who's teaching our children to fight physically? Is the principal who's administering corporal punishment. You are teaching our children that when our children confronted with a situation where they have to resolve, they should not communicate with each other, but they must fight or beat each other. That is what is happening at the municipal school. But I can say to you, colleagues, we need to work together. We have so many information. I'm not sure that you have acted in the teacher who was exposed to the television from Bob. I heard that we are investigating, so please. Kids resort to the media because just find out first whether the principal was aware of that case. You will find that the principal was aware of the case but did not do anything. And you will find that those children, even if they are out of school, but they've been failing because they are refusing to succumb to the attitude of this predator. If you say no, it means that it won't pass. So some of the children are failing unnecessarily, not because they don't know what they're doing. But we must support, we have to stand up. I think it's now or never. We must stand up, the commission. As the Human Rights Commission, we know whenever we deal with the issues that affect children, our business comes to stand still. I think Commissioner today was supposed to attend a meeting since yesterday, a monthly meeting for communities. But because we are dealing with the issues that affect children, he's here with us. He's here with us because he knows that whenever there is a child involved, we must all stand up and deal with the issue. So thank you very much for this. I don't think you should comment on this. Maybe we should engage with that for us to give you more information. We'll set up a meeting so that we can sit around the table and give you everything that we have. But believe me, the information we have about your schools, shocking. Some of the teachers have confessed to us that we don't know what to do. Just like that, a principal. And even a second manager from Kapan, one of the schools in Kapan, we call them here. They said that we don't know what the Children Act is, what we should do when a teacher applies corporal punishment. When a learner was assaulted, we don't know with what. But this teacher grabbed the learner to the office of the principal and said, deal with this. After that, the principal realized that the learner was bleeding. But the principal did not bother to ask the teacher, what happened? Then we asked the principal, what about if this teacher left the child here and the child collapsed? What were you going to say? You don't bother to ask the principal, what happened? Why the child is bleeding? That is that is the environment that our learners have to acquire education, have to sit and learn. It has been changed, not by the learners, but also the teachers are involved in this thing. So thank you very much. Let me end there, and thank you very much for.
One friend. I think I've been to like a record stretch. From my request, Chairperson is remember is one. That I've been talking about things that happen in schools. I'm worried, I'm definitely worried because of the of sexual abuse that happens at schools for children with special needs here in the world. There are lots and lots of these cases going on, and nothing is being done. And I was just saying, HOD, please make means of trying to dig down and get this. Because there are really things that are shocking and that are embarrassing, and that are not just right, unlawful and wrong. Thank you.
Colleagues, we're done. You can be excused. We just want to call this machine from the Department of Health. I think it's important for Department of Education also to hear what we want to ask them, because the way information that was implicating the department, and we want to hear from the department, and maybe we can have a way forward. I just wanted to know, what is your position in the department?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
That's our clinical psychologist.
Yes.
I think you are the relevant person. Because we're not sure, because we just alerted the department that you are being implicated as a department yesterday.
Yes.
So I wanted to find out, do you have a presentation, or do you want us just to post patient and you?
I do have a report of what we have compiled on the 14th and not 14th, but 15th and 16th of April 2021, when we visited the school.
Oh, you have the information?
Yes. I will just highlight the findings from the report which we compiled on the 15th and the 16th. The 15th was the day when we went to debrief about 324 learners. It was a group of clinical psychologists and registered counselors. And I just don't have the number of how many registered counselors were there in the clinical psychologists. I would have to get the number accurate. However, in our member district, we are 5 psychologists. Yeah, it's myself, the other, we are actually 4. There's one in Elim, one in Mosina, one Donald Fraser, and myself. So we are 4 in the whole member district. And then the rest are the registered counselors and the ones who are doing psychometry, so the psychometrists. So having to deal with this 324 learners, being 4 clinical psychologists, and one was not there because she just recently gave birth to a baby, so she has a small baby. So it was the 3 of us, the clinical psychologists, who were present. And actually, I've left one from Chilizini, so it's 5. Yeah. So there was 4 on that day, on that particular day, on the 15th. And then on the 16th, it was 3 clinical psychologists, because the one from Chilizini did not come. So we were 3. And on the 16th, it was the day of the memorial service. But on the 15th, it was a day whereby the MEC, both the health department and the education, the 2 MECs, they were making some presentation to classes. And the class which I debriefed, they could not make it to just address the learners because they were already running out of time. So they did not enter the class which I debriefed. The outcomes, or rather the findings that we have here, was that the learners, they have a lot of pressure of too much, or rather high expectations from their parents and guardians in terms of their
academic performance. They are expected to perform extremely high in that school by their parents and their guardians. And having this kind of experience of bullying, it makes it difficult for them to, compete with other learners in a competent way, which is rather healthy, because you cannot perform academically when you are under pressure in terms of bullying and the background, which is not conducive enough for better learning experience. And the other findings was that the learners were concerned that they do not have enough support from the school authority. When they report to them, there is no kind of reaction that they're getting, no kind of a response that they're getting from their school authority, whether be it principal or teachers. Learners were also angry on the day of the debriefing, expressing their anger in a way that they were shocked about what happened, and it was making them angry because they were aware of the situation, but nobody did anything about the situation, so they were angry. And the learners were also feeling that the bullying has to be incorporated, the teachings about bullying has to be incorporated in their daily classwork, so that they can be conscientized about the risks and the consequences of bullying. And also, they felt that there need to be platforms of discussions or debates whereby this kind of topics of bullying has to be an ongoing discussion in the school. And they also felt that they need an anonymous call center whereby as pupils they will be able to express themselves in terms of confiding to the call center consultants, giving them information of exactly what is going on in the school, because they don't have that platform of expressing themselves fully. So the conclusion and the recommendation from our side as the clinical psychologists, we thought, or rather we felt that if we can recommend that the Department of Education hire educational psychologists like in other private schools, whereby this kind of incidences, they are being prevented because they have their own educational psychologists in the school, and also that they should hire more registered counselors in the schools, so that when incidences of this nature happen, then there's more intervention happening quickly than them waiting for us with a heavy overload of work. Like where I'm working in a psychiatric hospital. I'm the only clinical psychologist. I'm supposed to do forensics, supposed to be running MDT ward rounds, everything, meetings alone. So there's a lot of crisis when it comes to intervention on time. We cannot conduct interventions on time. And again, we would also like to suggest that parents be equipped with parenting skills, because this also would assist them in terms of having to assess the severity of the bullying impact on their children. And again, the schools need to provide opportunities of learners to have several platforms of debating about bullying, so that they can be heard. And the Department of Education will also have to consider providing 24 hours counseling service hotline, whereby learners can call freely, so that they can be relieved of some stress when they are experiencing bullying. That will be all on the things that we have concluded on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But it looks like your presentation has triggered some questions. So we thought it would be just your presentation and then we'll ask 1 or 2 questions. But I'm happy that you confirm what we have been talking about. Those cases are not being given attention by the principals and the teachers.
Yes.
So this is from the experts.
And that is our job.
I mean, it confirms. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a forensic psychologist.
Yeah.
But this is what learners said themselves to us at the Emeritus Commission, that you report a case, it depends where you come from.
Yeah, I was very
not all cases, others will be ignored. To get the point. So, actually, I think this is what we can take with us. It's not from the Emeritus Commission, it has been confirmed by experts in the field. So, I'm really happy to hear that. But just to add on what you have said, when we were meeting with Mary SGB, there was a proposal. I won't lie to say that the proposal came from us at the Emeritus Commission, that maybe before we can even go to the call center that can be costing and all those things, why don't we procure suggestion box in the school and have the SGB having access, not the principal, and allowing learners to write their problems, even if they are doing that anonymously. At least when you receive more of them, you will know that there is something that is breeding underground here. Then you can then deploy social workers and all those things. Can't we have social suggestion box in our schools so that learners will be able to say, if I'm harassed or touched by the teacher or I'm being proposed by the teacher, I'll just write and say, so and so is proposing me. I didn't have. That can be easy. So I think that's just a proposal. I think Mr. Mwanyam is looking for something.
Sorry, I just want to know, that report, was it shared with the Department of Education?
This report was compiled by our district coordinator who is working at Donald Fraser. She compiled it today so that it can come in. So
it still needs to reach your HOD,
yes,
and then possibly across departmental sharing.
Yes, it's not yet signed.
It would definitely be a recommendation from us to share that with the Department of Education and even with the Department of Social Development, so that all of the relevant stakeholders can have insight into this very important report. Thank you, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you.
Just educate us a bit. What is a police forensic social worker?
I did not talk about police forensic social work. I was talking about my workload in my school. Yeah.
I had what you requested that you educate us.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm asking, what is a police forensic social worker? If you don't know, just say so.
I don't know about
Does it
that.
exist?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay. Now, earlier on we were told that in cases of bullying,
Yes.
police obtain statements. So in instances of bullying of young children, police obtain statements or get their police forensic social workers to obtain statements from young children. So what this means is maybe this is educating you as well.
Of course, because I'm hearing that concept for the first time. I only know of clinical social workers who are dealing with that kind of
It
case.
is a new concept in the province. Cases of bullying of young HOD, maybe this is educating you as well. So, according to the South African Police Service, the procedure is if a young child is bullied, the statement of that child can only be obtained by a police forensic social worker. Unfortunately, this subject is no longer here, but surely they would explain to us, so that we are not misinformed and you can we rely on this? Because now I'm telling you something which she says does not exist. And you wonder how serious then should we take this presentation as.
No, but I think if we are being misled, we have the relevant department that will assist us here. I think social development team then assist us if we have such expertise or such experts within the field. So I don't think we should panic, but at least it's in black and white. That can also be accessed by everyone. So if that expert does not exist in the profession, it will be taken up in a very serious note, because it's important for us to be given information that is accurate. And thanks, Mr. Mkanyama, for bringing this to our attention again. Colleagues, I think, thank you very much. You have assisted us a lot. We really appreciate and we only learned about the presentation that was made to you yesterday. That's why we alert the department that you are being implicated. And I think with your support, we call it mental health. Mental health. Yeah, because obviously they should work together with the department, because when children are facing that challenge, the issue of mental health.
Yes.
With me, if a child is bullied, once I say it's done. I don't know the damage, psychological damage. I don't know what will happen. So that needs experts. Like Baruti went to the school. They conducted prayer. They think it's demons. To the animal, it's not demons. It's not coming from hell or Satan. It's coming from human beings for not responding to these children when they are reporting these cases. Thank you very much for your inputs. You are excused. I'm not sure, colleagues, maybe just to round up, because I don't think we will. You want to? Yeah, I think I will just do it another. Colleagues, this marks an end to our hearing. You may have noticed that we had a presentation that was not in the program, simply because we realized that it's important, and we really thanks to the Department of Health for responding and send somebody to clarify these issues. And that will go a long way. We really appreciate your cooperation. But I must say this, this hearing went very, very well. It went in a manner that I believe that in one way or the other, we picked up where the problems are. If we can go back to our drawing board and try to look where we're lacking and improve on that, I believe that in the next few months, this bullying will disappear from our province, and we'll again be proud of coming from this province called Limpopo. So with those words, I want to say to you, thank you very much, and I will hand over to Commissioner Manachi to close the session officially. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me once again thank everybody, all the departments, all the officials, head of department who attended this hearing and furnish us with the necessary information that we as a commission needed in order to improve and to better the rights of our children. You know, we as a Human Rights Commission, our mission is threefold. Number one, we promote the human rights of all citizens in South Africa, including those of children. Number two, we protect those human rights of everybody. Number three, we assess the observance of human rights by all government departments and even private bodies. So this hearing that we conducted during these few days was number one. It covers all this month, our mandate. We're promoting the interest of our children. Number two, we're taking measures to see to it that the interests of our children are protected. And number three, we will also take up to how far are the departments doing in protecting the interests of our children. So with these few ways, we've made several recommendations. All the departments have identified the gaps that are there in the protection of the human rights of our children, especially the right to education. We've identified those gaps. I think we've noted them, and I think all the departments and stakeholders who are here have noted those gaps, and that we're going to be one in trying to remedy the gaps so that our province will be one of the best in trying to protect the interests of our children. So once more, thank you very much, and to thank members of our staff here in Polokwane, our provincial office, for all the good work that they've done. We really appreciate that you have really made this a success, and happy that everything has gone. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Mavidula, for your capable leadership and for your effort in making this